like come up with something funny or cool to say, but pretty much just us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Find ourselves
Retarded.
in New York City. We're lucky enough to interview Nick Bryant, author, sophisticate, whatever you want to call it. Overall decent dude. So here we are with Nick. Nick, thanks for joining us.
I'm really glad to be with War Mode. I've been dreaming about coming on War Mode for years.
Yeah. This is the highest IQ podcast we're probably going to do for the rest of our lives.
Well, what do you want to talk about? Franklin scandal, Confessions of a DC Madam?
Whatever you want to go with first. It's up to you.
Well, Franklin scandal was what got everything started with me going down this very dark road.
Mm.
I came across, I was pitching stories to a Rolling Stone editor, and he said, pitch me really dark stories. And, I just kind of threw my arms up. I said, what, do you want an article on Nazis? You want an article on Satanists?
Yeah.
How dark do you want to go?
Yeah.
And he said, Satanists. So I started spelunking, and I met up with Satanists here and there. But when you write something, you're always looking for other subject matter that's tangential. And what happened to me is I came across a cult called the Finders that was busted in Tallahassee, Florida. 2 finders were busted in Tallahassee, Florida with 6 kids. And it was a concerned citizen that said, there's something very wrong with this picture. And the kids were taken into protective custody. And then the finders were arraigned on multiple counts of child abuse. And according to the Tallahassee police report, 2 of the kids had been sexually abused. And I was reading this U.S. Customs report on the finders, and then the U.S. Customs executed a search warrant on the finders' warehouse in Washington, D.C., and they came across all kinds of crazy stuff, including kids sacrificing a goat, child pornography. They came across information about how the finders should go out and find babysitting jobs.
Now, were these the kids they found the part that like people were like, these are almost like feral kids?
Yeah, the dirty kids, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
In Tallahassee, Florida. And then the last page of the U.S. Customs report says the CIA has basically quashed this case. There'll be no further investigation. And I kind of pride myself on a guy that kind of knows how the world works.
Yeah.
And, the CIA helps, multinational corporations take over countries that have socialist leaders, the CIA goes to bat for, and all the sort of things that the CIA does. But that took me by surprise. And why would the CIA go to bat and quash an investigation into a bunch of very, very strange people that are doing nefarious things to children?
We weren't like adults around then. Is this the time of the Satanic Panic? Like, is this
No, the Satanic Panic was more the 90s, and this was in 1987. So yeah, I guess this was just...
This is like the kickoff, kind of.
Yes.
Like the McMartin thing.
Yes.
Like, this is before all that. Okay.
Yeah. And that started my odyssey into this dark realm. And I was doing some internet surfing, and I came across a story that was kind of like the Finders, where kids had supposedly been flown around the country and abused, and there was blackmail involved, and Boys Town students were part of those kids, and there was a big cover-up. And there was a book about it called The Franklin Cover-Up, and I read the book, and then I also watched Conspiracy of Silence, a documentary that was going to be shown by the Discovery Channel in the UK that had been quashed. And I knew that I went to Nebraska thinking that something had happened. I kind of thought that it was probably a pedophile ring in Nebraska with some affluent people. But when I got to Nebraska, the fear that I encountered was amazing. It was like I was writing a expose on the KGB in Stalinist Russia.
Right.
And
Before you went there, like when you were, was this before you interviewed all the Satanists and stuff?
no,
This was after.
I interviewed the Satanists, and then
Were they talking about anything like this, or was this a whole different world when you were?
this was a completely different world. Now,
Okay.
the Satanists that I talked to, some of them were, intelligent, and some of them were kind of stupid. One guy even threatened me. I don't know.
Try to get loud with you.
He said I was.
They got the big man on their side.
Yeah.
He said that I was messing with dark forces.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
So,
yeah.
You got. I can't watch scary movies, let alone interview a fucking Satanist. I'll lose my mind.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if that guy told me that, I would go home and be afraid that I fucked with dark forces.
he struck me as a very marginal individual, and I'm 6'4" and
Right on.
You're not
220.
bragging. Yeah.
So I don't know.
You got God on your
I
side.
wasn't really worried about him.
Yeah.
But in Nebraska, there was this palpable fear that I encountered.
Through the citizens of like the area.
Yeah, people that had been involved in the Franklin
Okay.
scandal. And I talked to a state senator who had been involved, and in the a subcommittee formed. The Nebraska Senate formed a subcommittee to investigate the Franklin scandal. It was called the Franklin Committee. And I talked to a senator, and he was very frightened, and he had a pretty heavy duty life. I talked to someone very high in social services. They were the first ones to try to blow the lid open on this, and she was just terrified. And then I talked to one of the victims, and then I talked to one of the blackmail photographers, and then I also managed to garner a lot of documentation on the first trip. I was there about 2 or 3 weeks, and
Now, like when you bring it up to like someone like that senator, for instance, and you start asking those questions, like, does this guy just tell you to shut up, or does he just completely change the subject, or like what's that guy acting like when you're starting to ask him about the Franklin scandal?
well, I mean, they look to the left and they look to the right,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
and then they talk, but they're very, very difficult to open up,
Yeah.
and they also are adamant that it's off the record.
Right.
I talked to a lot of people off the record,
Right.
and by the time I left, and when I was in Nebraska, I was being followed,
Really.
which I caught someone following me, and then I'm
You
like,
gotta read the Franklin scandal, dude, because the ball's on him. You're like when you're driving down that one street and then you see the car and you're like all bugging out, all paranoid. Like
Yeah.
I'm there with you, man. Like, dude, he goes into a shitty neighborhood and just starts calling some dude out by his street name in like a crack house. I mean, me and Billy do demolition in bad neighborhoods in
Yeah.
Philly. Like we know what those houses are like. I mean, you got some stones,
when
bro.
you're going into these abandoned houses, was this your first go around, or was this?
no, that came later.
That's later,
when
yeah.
I was looking for victims.
So you just went 2 weeks in there, try to get everything you could. And everyone's kind of like
And then
cold.
the last night I was there, I had a death threat,
Really?
and that
Like a serious one from like a real person.
yeah. What happened was
I don't want one of those.
I was staying with an old friend of mine who lived in Omaha, and when I told him why I was going to Omaha, he kind of questioned my my sanity, but by the time I left, he was completely down with it. He started getting phone calls from the Nebraska State Patrol. I didn't.
Really?
This was 2002. I didn't even have a cell phone at that
Yeah,
point.
right.
And but he started getting calls from that, and then I nailed someone following me, and then my last night I was waiting for him to come home from work. We are gonna cook something, and this freaky looking woman was knocking on the door, and at this time I was pretty spooked. I really was. You know, I was really spooked, and she said, "Can I come in?" And I said, "No." I really, at this point, I didn't know what she was up to. I didn't want her fingerprints in my friend's apartment. And she wanted to give me a book, and I didn't want my fingerprints on her book. So
that's high. That's high level of like thinking people are out to get you if you're thinking that far into something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I was inundated by terror. So
right.
I mean, and the thing that I think was really terrifying was just how people would react when.
And like, how was it a humongous story when it broke? Like when that BBC movie came out and the book came out, like everyone in that area knew like that's Boys Town and that's what went down there. Or was it kind of pushed under the rug?
Well, it was pushed under the rug because of two very corrupt grand juries.
Yeah, okay.
Which we can talk about a little later.
Yeah.
And then Alicia Owen's conviction. But yeah, it was frightening. And then my buddy came back from work. He had a bag of groceries, and I'd gotten the woman to leave, and my buddy, we were in his, he walked right through her, or walked right by her in the lobby of the apartment building. And she was freaky looking, and he came in, and I said, "Man, did you see that woman?" And he goes, "Yeah, she was really freaky looking." And then I just continued to watch the History Channel, I think it was, and he started making dinner, and then she came back and started knocking on the door, and my buddy and I huddled, right? And, you know, he looked at her, I looked at her, and we huddled, and
is this lady coherent at all, or is it like fucking like crazy babble?
I don't know what exactly was going on in her head.
Right.
I do not know. But when she said you're in a great deal of danger and they're going to kill you,
there's that.
Yeah.
That kind of
You get the feeling when you're reading the book that there's like a slow roll of like a buildup of paranoia.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And after that, my friend didn't have any doubts about, you know, he didn't question my sanity.
Yeah.
So that was my first time there. And when I left the next day, my grandma lives in Minneapolis. I'm from Minneapolis, and I drove from Nebraska to Minneapolis, and it was really foggy. And I was really freaked out. And then when I got back to New York, I had a mentor who was a journalist for many years. He was retired at this point, and really good guy. And we were walking around Washington Square Park, and I was looking for snipers on the roofs. You know, my buddy was just trying to, show me out, and he said to me, and I love this guy. He's since passed away, but he said, and he was a journalist that had pursued some fairly heavy stuff.
Yeah.
And he said to me, we sat down. He said, if you decide to pull the plug on this, I won't lose any respect for you.
Do you think there was anybody else that did that?
What's that?
That started down this road and turned around?
Oh, absolutely.
Like other journalists or writers or anything?
Yeah. A bunch of people had gone to the camp's office and looked at stuff. And you take some heat.
Yeah, you like the heat.
and most people are going to fold.
Yeah.
With heat. But I kind of felt, this thing was so evil.
Yeah.
These kids being molested and this being covered up. And then I would ultimately realize why it's all getting covered up. I just thought it was so evil that I just had to do this.
Yeah.
I gotta say, man, I liked your book because for the main reason that the one thing with the kids getting sexually abused, what happens is they internalize it and they internalize that shame. You know what I mean? And then on the outside world, you have the Omaha News Herald and all that stuff, and they're like blaming them. Like they're the victims, or they're the victims, but now they're getting blamed as like these perjurers and stuff.
Yes.
And it's like, you don't get that in most books. It's like, oh, here's the perpetrators. It's like, well, this is about these kids and their perjury trials and all this other stuff they had to go through. You know what I mean? It's really messed up because they're feeling that anyway.
I'm really big on children's issues. I before this, I'd written a book on lower socioeconomic children in America, and then I'd written a number of journal articles on lower socioeconomic children in America. So I'm very sensitive to children's issues, and for me to see that these kids have been trafficked and had been covered up by the government was anathema to me.
Yeah.
Just anathema. And I felt I had to do something. And if, I've never been suicidal, but,
Join the club.
if some negative fate befell me, I was cool with that.
Right.
Yeah. As long as
You'll die on that hill.
yes.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, there was fear.
Yeah.
There was a lot of fear, but courage is
Oh, you're a warrior, dude.
well, courage is taking action in the face of fear. It's having courage implies that you have fear, and
Especially for defenseless kids that
Yeah.
are like getting shafted constantly. It's brutal stuff.
Yeah, it's
And
like the
people want to just shut it out. It doesn't happen. You're nuts.
I get fired up because here's these elites that they've reached, well, whatever you want to call it. I mean, who knows what their real life is, but they've reached these high points in life where they're powerful and everything.
Mhm.
And then the potential of that kid is stolen. Whatever that kid was going to be is now you just killed it.
Yeah, you might as
And
well
dude,
murder them.
you read the Franklin scandal, these kids are resilient, man. Like, it's pretty crazy. Like, Paul Bonacci's got a wife and kids. He's got multiple
That's
personalities.
nuts. Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
but a
We're-
lot of
we're
these
going all over the
kids
place.
weren't that fortunate. A
Yeah,
lot
right.
of those kids are dead.
Yeah.
It's because that network, these kids came from dysfunctional, lower socioeconomic backgrounds for the most part.
Yeah.
And like with Nikolai Kamen, who I talk about in the book, Nikolai was, his mother was schizophrenic, and he had been to foster homes where he'd been molested, probably starting about the age of 6. And then he ended up at Boys Town at the age of 11. And then Lawrence King, who was one of the pedophilic pimps in the Franklin network, started flying him around when he was 11. And pandering him to very sadistic pedophiles. And the Epstein girls, some of them were pandered to very sadistic pedophiles. And Nikolai reached a point, he had, I believe he was 14, and he said to the people that oversaw him at Boys Town, I said, I can't go on these trips anymore. Someone had been very sadistic to him. And he said, I just can't go on these trips anymore. So Boys Town, the icon of love for...
there's no such thing as a bad boy. Yeah.
the icon of love for neglected children, put him on a plane that flew him to Atlanta.
Yeah.
And then he was deposited in a psych ward. And when he originally told me that, I had a hard time believing it. I really did. But then...
I mean, that in and of itself is so satanic. The inversion of Boys Town like that is insane. Yeah.
But over the course of my investigation, which was 7 years into this, I came across a couple of feds who helped me, and they corroborated
White hats?
Oh,
What's
yeah.
that?
I like hearing about the good guys. Because
There's good guys?
when you go down these rabbit holes, it's like everything's fucked. Like, you can't win. Every person high up in the government is somewhat blackmailed if they get to that point. It's kind of hopeless feeling.
Well, it took me 2 years to cultivate their trust, and I had some information that they needed,
Okay.
and they had some information that I needed.
Right.
And I really respect them because they were putting their careers on the line, in the very least. I mean, their house payments, their car payments, their children's college payments, or the children's college fund. And they helped me with stuff like that, with dates like regarding Nikolai, so I could put him in the book.
Okay.
And without their corroboration on Nikolai, I never would have used him in the story. And he's such a, it's amazing. That kid, like some other ones that I've met, had the worst childhood anyone can imagine. I mean,
Before Boys Town.
and during Boys Town.
Okay.
Yeah, his whole childhood was
yeah.
messed
Yeah,
up. Yeah.
I mean, his whole childhood was one protracted nightmare. But he's really a sweet guy right now. I mean, I just talked to him a couple days ago, and he turned out, I don't know how that happens, but he turned out to
People
be
are just resilient, man.
yeah, I mean, humans are very resilient, but most kids that went through he's even a productive member of society. He's got like a full-time job.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Most kids that went through what he went through. There was a Boys Town student named Rue Fox who was the Nebraska state investigator, Gary Caradori. He had a leads list, and it had 60 victims on it. So it was my job to find these victims. And I found Rue Fox, and he had the same kind of childhood that Nikolai had, molested in foster care homes. And he had been viciously molested by Larry King. Well, he was at Boys
Yeah,
Town.
Larry King seems like a bastard.
Yeah.
Well, he's pure evil.
Yeah.
There's shit in the book where they're wearing like black robes and stuff.
It's so with King, after King molested him, he needed like 12 stitches.
Jesus.
Yeah.
So with Rue, he did 10 years for armed robbery, and I eventually found him. He was hard to find. I hired I'm really good at finding people, but for him, I hired a private investigator.
Oh, okay.
And,
How long did it take you to find him?
with Rue, off and on for like 3 years. I mean, I
God
wasn't
damn.
dedicated like 8 hours a day to
Yeah,
find
yeah.
Rue, but if I, had some extra time, there'd just be people I'd look for.
Yeah.
So that's how you did this. You got Gary Caladori's
The leads list.
leads list. Okay,
Yeah.
I got you.
And it gave me, as I said, 60 victims. And when I found Rue, I called him up and I said, I'm a journalist. I'm looking into possible things that might have happened to you at Boys Town. And he goes, are you a cop? And I go, no, I'm not a cop. He goes, are you a cop? And he said, I'll meet with you, but if you're a cop, I'm going to snap your
Yeah,
neck.
right.
So I met with him in this really dive bar. I mean, I ordered a cranberry juice, which didn't even taste right to me.
Yeah.
And then Rue came in with two buddies. And Rue was in prison for 10 years, and he lifted a lot of weights. He's like a pit bull in human form.
Yeah.
And then he had a couple buddies with him, and he goes, you come back here. So there was this empty room in the back of this bar. And
Sounds like something out of a movie.
yeah, I definitely knew. I scanned the room very quickly, and I saw the exit. So
Yeah.
I saw the door out. But he was saying, how do you know about it? And then I showed him my paperwork on him, Gary Caradori's paperwork. And then he realized that
You're
I was for
legit,
real.
yeah.
But he was a junkie and an alcoholic, and he hadn't confronted that ever.
Mm.
And he said, you opened the wrong door. And I tried to have, I talk about it in the Franklin scandal, I tried to have some discussions with Rue, and he was initially really reluctant to talk to me. And then I was about to leave. I made a number of sojourns to Nebraska, but I was about to leave on this particular sojourn, and I said, well, I'm going to try Rue one more time. And because Rue was homicide, the detective who found Rue for me said, be careful of this guy.
Dude, that's scary.
He's dangerous. So I thought, well, I'm going to stop by Rue's real quickly. And, if he's not into talking, But then he said, I've thought about it, and I'll talk to you. And when I started interviewing him, he just broke down and cried like he was that 12-year-old.
Yeah, right.
I mean, he had this armor, this impenetrable armor because of...
Yeah, like a little mech suit he built.
Yeah.
And a little 12-year-old in there.
And just to see him break down and cry, and I tried to stay in touch with Rue. I helped him get into a rehab, but he split, and I've never been able to keep contact with him after that.
Yeah, the crazy thing is like, so this all this goes down, and all this goes down. How many years did it go on? Do you think where they before the Franklin scandal financial thing broke?
Before the credit
union broke, yeah.
I think that pedophile network was probably around for 12 years.
Holy shit, dude.
I mean, Epstein's pedophile network was around for more than 25 years.
I remember the Epstein thing on VH1. They VH1 did that montage about this rich billionaire named Jeffrey Epstein, all of his planes and his islands and stuff.
So the Franklin network had a lot more kids. They were getting a lot of kids from Boys Town.
Yeah, they had the source.
And
they were the plug.
Other institutions. And then you teach these kids how to scavenge. And like any runaway that's fallen through the cracks, I mean, is going to be assimilated by it.
Yeah.
But the thing about Boys Town is, Boys Town, they teach the kids to talk like white people. I mean, that's a black kid who went to Boys Town told me that. And they teach them deference. They teach them respect, because you cannot pluck a 14-year-old off the streets who's feral.
Yeah.
And put him in a room with
politicians,
a senator.
Yeah, right.
Or someone in the cabinet. They have to be taught deference and respect, and Boys Town conditioned them that way.
Okay.
So Boys Town was a good place, and then there's other kids that you can get that you can teach that to, and then there's other kids that just have a really bad time.
The kid that spent time in the psych ward said Boys Town wasn't that, like, it was bad, but it was better than being in the psych ward, right?
That was Nikolai.
Nikolai, yeah.
But he was in a psych ward for 2 years.
Yeah, it's fucked up, dude.
I mean,
out of nowhere they just fly him to a psych ward.
He didn't really have any family, so I mean, he had no visits, and then at a certain point he told me that even the people in the psych ward didn't even know why he was in the psych ward.
Yeah.
And but then and Rue ended up in a psychiatric hospital after King molested him, and that's so nefarious because you're putting these kids in mental institutions
because you're fucking them up
to compromise their credibility.
Yeah.
Yep. And they get them on drugs.
Yeah, and if the kid comes out and says, I was molested by this guy, well, he's in a psych ward, and so that's very, very nefarious. But that's how it worked. And it took 3 grand juries to cover that pedophile network up, and that pedophile network produced a lot of child pornography too.
Oh, really?
So
yeah, I'm always like baffled by the amounts, like when they bust them, like the amounts these guys have. It's like fucking terabytes of child porn.
Yeah, they're fiends, dude.
I mean,
they're addicts.
They are addicts, and
low days.
And we cannot really understand how their minds work.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't. I've tried to understand. I talked to a lot of psychiatrists and psychologists about them.
Yeah.
About these guys and especially being sadistic to children,
To me, it's the ultimate evil, because I think there's a kid, and then you basically might as well kill them, because whatever they were going to be is gone now. You know what I mean?
For the most part. I mean, there's people like Alicia Owen and Nikolai Kamen and Paul Benassi that can somehow cut and paste a life together.
Yeah.
But yes, most of those kids are probably dead, because what happens when they lose their youthful marketability, they're expunged by the network, and basically
they age out. Yeah.
Well, basically what you have is for the most part, a drug addict.
Yeah.
That is really screwed up because they had a dysfunctional childhood and they've been molested repeatedly. And they're going to end up in jail like David Hill and Tony Harris and some of those other kids I interviewed.
How did it, like, did it start like this, like, pedophile network start in Boys Town? Like, what kicked it off, or like how it all started to start happening at Boys Town with like Larry King and them?
Who knows, dude?
Well,
my
the
fear
number
is it's
2 guy
everywhere.
at Boys Town in the 80s was Father James Kelly, and he was a notorious pedophile.
Yeah.
And he was the number 2 guy.
Good
Right.
Friday.
Yeah.
nonetheless.
He'd molested a lot of kids in upstate New York, so the Catholic Church, in all its wisdom, moved him to Boys Town, and then he was moved to Las Vegas, and then that's where he died. And he was put in a men's prison in Las Vegas. He was the pastor of a men's. So the Catholic, that one's on the Catholic Church.
Right. And
Yeah.
how does Larry King slither into this? Like, where does he come from?
Well, it's kind of like how drug addicts can just find each other.
Yeah.
I mean, pedophiles
Right.
can find each other. And I think King, okay, 2 guys ran that pedophile network, Larry King and Craig Spence, not the announcer Larry King. We're talking a different
Yeah.
Larry King. And Craig Spence. And both of them were in Southeast Asia at the same time.
Really?
Spence was a ABC reporter, and King was in the Air Force with a top security clearance. And my surmise on this, which is my surmise, I don't know whether or not I'm right, is that they were probably molesting little boys in Southeast Asia, and then they got turned by the CIA. The CIA, or some dark malignant corner of our intelligence that does this type of stuff, said, you can come to work for us, and you can molest children, and we'll pay you good too. Because when King came back to Omaha and Spence came back to Washington, D.C., their careers just skyrocketed.
Yeah.
And I think that was, I think the reason behind that was they were probably getting a boost from intelligence.
And what was the name of the bank? What was it called?
The Franklin Credit Union, the Franklin Federal Credit Union.
And is that how he paid for all of his stuff, through the credit union? Or how was he getting the funds to do all, get it started or whatever, just from the CIA or whoever was running
the Franklin Credit Union, one of the, it was supposed to be a credit union for lower socioeconomic people in Omaha. And he got an infusion of money from Warren Buffett's wife.
Interesting.
And then he was hawking CDs at really low interest rates. And then
It was a Ponzi scheme, essentially.
Yeah, it was a Ponzi scheme.
Right.
And
they would get new CDs to pay off the maturing CDs.
yes. And he was, when he was busted by the feds, taken down by the feds shortly after George Herbert Walker Bush became president, or was very close to becoming president, the feds raided him, and he was $40 million short. And we're talking about a credit union that should have had $2 million at the max. He hadn't been audited in 4 years. He had the juice to not get audited for 4 years.
And then what happens to him after he gets audited?
When he gets audited, that's how this thing, the next step of the Franklin scandal.
Yeah.
Social Services had Jeanette Moore and Ulysses Washington come to them and say that they were trafficked. And they, in Social Services, believed these girls.
Mm.
And they went to both state and federal law enforcement and told them, we think that we have a pedophile network in Omaha. And the feds in the state just completely ignored them. They did absolutely nothing.
That's wild.
So when King came up $40 million short, a number of the senators thought, there's no way that he can, why hasn't he been audited in 4 years?
Right,
Something's really wrong here.
Yeah.
So they formed the Franklin Committee, and it was initially just for King's financial malfeasance.
Mm.
But as soon as they formed that committee, the social service people came to them, the social service personnel, and said, King is a thief, but he's also running a child trafficking network, an interstate child trafficking network. So then the committee started digging into that too.
The guy was so wild. In the other book, you talk about how him and Craig Spence were wild narcissists, and Craig Spence is dressing like a Edwardian dandy, and they're doing coke out of gold spoons and stuff. So Larry King probably thought he was untouchable.
Well, they both were untouchable.
Yeah.
They're untouchable until they're not untouchable. Epstein thought he was untouchable.
Dude, Craig Spence had Secret Service bodyguards 24/7.
Is that the guy that you guys were talking about in the Opperman report?
Yeah, probably.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah.
Craig Spence he lived in Washington, D.C., and he was the other manager, for lack
Yeah.
of a better word, of this pedophile network.
So
It
there's-
was King and Spence.
Okay.
And Spence had a mansion in Washington, D.C. that was wired for audiovisual blackmail. He
okay.
was a CIA asset. And a lot of the parties went down in D.C. in his house. And they would generally start out like as straight political parties where you'd have politicians and journalists and power brokers, etc. And then like at 10 o'clock or 10:30 or something inappropriate would happen.
I got a quick question for you. I've been reading the books and everything. I painted this guy's house in Philly, like super rich dude, and I was like, "What do you do?" And he's like, "I'm a power broker." What is that?
Power broker is a guy who has lots of juice and can get things
Yeah,
done.
like I walked in, he had a Chuck Close painting on his wall. I was like, weird flex, okay, whatever. And then he's talking, and then it's just the most vague idea, like the most vague word for a job.
Well, it fits a lot of people, and Spence would have these parties, and then, as I said, at 10 or 10:30, something inappropriate, somebody would fire up a joint, someone would break out a line of cocaine or something sexually inappropriate would happen,
Yeah.
and then it would slowly become an orgy. And if you stuck around, you'd be compromised.
Right.
I don't even know how people would drink at these things. Because I feel like if you're drinking and you're at this and you get too drunk, you're done. You're just getting blacked.
You're done if you're in the room, I would
Yeah.
assume, dude. You know what I
It's-
mean?
You're getting plied with alcohol, which is going to lower your inhibitions. And that's what people like Craig Spence are counting on. So they can get you to the next level where they can get you on videotape and then blackmail you. Because if you get, if you're a politician and you're molesting underage victims and someone has footage of that, you're owned.
You're done.
Yeah.
That's it. You're not done, you're owned.
Yeah.
But in a lot of cases, people that are compromised, it really helps their careers.
It goes either way, right? Like you can, once you're compromised, then they're like, all right, we own him.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I've known politicians that are compromised that just keep going up the ladder.
Right.
I mean, Dennis Hastert is
Yeah,
one.
exactly.
Yeah.
He was
That's sick freak.
he had been molesting little boys for 40 years, and he ended up being the Speaker of the House.
We were just talking about this last week. Like, wasn't one of the guys in Confessions of a DC Madam like a super Republican, anti-gay marriage guy? And then he ended up being like heavily
Well, that was Larry Craig.
Larry Craig, yeah.
And he was a very conservative guy from Idaho. And he had actually been in Washington, D.C. for 25 years, first as a federal representative and then as a senator. And Henry Vincent, who ran the escort service, we wrote a book together called Confessions of a D.C. Madam, The Politics of Sex, Lies, and Blackmail. And Henry Vincent was giving him escorts or providing him with escorts. And then Kirby Dick, he's a renowned documentary maker. He made a documentary called Outrage that looked specifically at Craig. And Craig was getting prostitutes from male prostitutes from people other than Henry Vincent.
Oh, so he was thirsty.
So he was getting a lot of male prostitutes. And he had the worst, or close to the worst, voting on gay rights of any senator. And what ultimately happened to him, I think he left his protective net because he got busted trying to pick up a vice squad in an airport bathroom in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Right.
The old foot tapping.
Yeah, right.
And
Cruising.
but here's a U.S. senator trying to pick someone. I mean, this is how crazy his libido is.
Yeah, right.
He is trying. U.S. senator's trying to pick up a dude in a bathroom.
Well, this
in
is
an
like
airport.
like you were saying how like when you found out about the finers, like you didn't think that was part of your world. You know, like when I was younger, I didn't think politicians were like this, and you get the idea like, oh, it's a couple of bad apples. But now I'm like, I don't think you get to be an apple unless you can be compromised. You know what I mean?
Well, it was explained to me, Rusty Nelson, he was one of the blackmail photographers for the Franklin scandal, and he explained it to me this way. It's like you're on a yacht. If you're compromised, it's like you're on a yacht, a beautiful yacht on a beautiful day, and you can have anything you want. But if you decide to get off the yacht, then the people on the yacht are going to make sure that you drown.
Sure.
So there's zero incentive
Right.
to get off the yacht. And I don't know why Dennis Hastert was taken down, but he was the Speaker of the House for 7 years, which makes him constitutionally the third most powerful man in the country.
Yep.
Yeah, it goes to the top.
And he was a pedophile, and he was one of the main drives behind that war, that crazy war that we went to in Iraq.
Yeah.
And
For God knows what.
he was a strong arm politician. So he was taking his marching orders from someone that apparently had footage of him, because the FBI definitely knew. There was an FBI whistleblower named Sibella Edmonds, and she talked about Hastert going to a house of ill repute in Chicago, or a townhouse of ill repute in Chicago, when he was Speaker of the House. So the FBI knew what Hastert was up to, but he was protected until he wasn't.
Well, he's best friends with the Podestas, who I thought Tony Podesta was going to get arrested 3 years ago, and that never happened.
So another April comes by, and it's all
I
right.
didn't tell.
Now you know satanic pedophiles are real.
Yeah.
We got proof.
Yeah, that was like the whole thing. Like once I started looking into all them, the Hasterts, the Podestas, their art collection. It's like these people, like, they don't care who sees what they're doing.
Well, do you think that the government, or like whatever you want to call it, like the power, the establishment, look at this as a necessary evil? These pedophile rings? Because it's like, well, I don't understand why they can't just say, all right, enough, you guys, you got to stop doing this.
I think that there is a dark segment of our intelligence that is, you can call them amoral, you can call them sociopathic, you can call them whatever you want to do, whatever you want to call them. And I think, and I get this information from someone who knew William Colby, who was
Can we
CIA
talk about that too?
And the CIA thought early on, they were put together in 1948 by Truman. The CIA felt early on that fighting communism was too important to be left to politicians. So they started making their own funding mechanisms. And I think that the blackmail became part of that too. And then if you look at the mind control experiments, they were absolutely brutal and sadistic to a lot of people. So we're talking about an organization, and I'm sure that there are good people that work for the CIA, but there's a very dark corner of it that is very nefarious and evil.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I try not to get too bummed out about it. It's horrific when you're reading the Franklin scandal and you read the cool thing, that the stuff that I love in your book is there's a chapter in the Confessions of a DC Madam called The Mighty Wurlitzer, and you start talking about Mockingbird Media. I love that stuff. You know what I mean? Like how they just go, like I want to read that book, Catherine the Great, now that's in there. Like if you could talk about that stuff, I'd be pumped.
Well, in addition to the CIA thinking that they had to start their own funding mechanisms and blackmail people, they also felt that they needed a conduit to the media. They needed to be able to manipulate the media. And that was called Operation Mockingbird. And the first publication that was infiltrated was the Washington Post. And the Washington Post owned Newsweek at that point, so then Newsweek was automatically compromised. But now the CIA has connections to many people in the media, and there's a number of people in the media that are beholden to the CIA. I was told, and I never. It's something that'd be difficult to prove, but I was told that politicians are out. They're out. The CIA people. They're out to compromise politicians. They're number one, but media is
Media's number two. Have you ever talked to Douglas Valentine from the
Yes.
Phoenix program.
Yes,
You should get him on your podcast.
I will.
Yeah, he's a good one.
He's a good guy.
Yeah.
But that's why there was so much malfeasance in Nebraska, is because of these blackmail parties that were going on in Nebraska. If the dominoes started to fall in Nebraska, they would have fallen all the way to Washington, D.C.
So when you're out there in your 7-year journey or whatever, when did you realize that? Like, because they knew day one. You're sniffing around. They know the dominoes go to D.C. But, like, when did you sit there and go, like, oh, my God? There must have been a moment where you're like, this goes to the top.
It was my first trip.
Oh, so you knew straight off the bat.
Yeah.
Damn, the fucking balls on you, dude.
I had no doubt. It was so much bigger and malignant than I ever could have imagined. And that's what really got me. I mean, being followed and getting a death threat, gives you pause for sure.
Yeah.
But realizing that this is part of our government
Yeah.
was devastating to me.
I mean, what they did to Henry Vincent was devastating. The financial stuff with his mom and all that.
Yes.
Like, that's their real weapons on normal folks.
Well, look what they did to Alicia Owens. So there were two very corrupt grand juries, and there was a very corrupt grand jury in Washington. It took 3 corrupt grand juries to cover up that Franklin network. And many of your listeners probably don't know about the machinations of a grand jury, but with a grand jury, a single individual is chosen, and he's a special prosecutor. And he determines evidence that is shown to the grand jurors and witnesses that are called. And grand jurors are just people that have shown up for grand jury duty and been funneled into a grand jury. So
It's nothing special.
well, it's when someone
It's not
says
even as fair as a regular trial.
Yeah.
when someone thinks of a grand jury, they think like the gods of jurisprudence have spoken,
Jupiter.
and throwing down a lightning bolt. But actually, grand juries are infamous for being corrupted. And there was a New York judge that said a special prosecutor has so much power over a grand jury that they could get grand jurors that they could get them to indict a ham sandwich. That's a famous line.
Was Epstein grand jury
Yeah,
in 08 or whatever?
the grand jury found that Epstein hadn't molested a single child.
Yeah, okay.
The 2 grand juries in
Dude's getting 3 hand jobs a day.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, bud.
he's trafficking lots of girls.
Yeah.
But it shows you how easy it is to corrupt a grand jury.
Yeah.
So there were 2 corrupt grand juries in Nebraska for Franklin. One was a state, one was a federal. And both indicted Alicia Owen on 8 counts of perjury. And the state indicted Paul Benassi on 3 counts of perjury. Now, the state, one perjury conviction carried a 20-year sentence, up to 20 years. So Alicia was looking at 160 years by the state.
Yeah.
So all they wanted her to do was recant.
Yes.
And it's being reinforced by the local media
And
that it's a hoax.
the total media, the media is completely usurped on this. Well, one of the pedophiles was the publisher of the Omaha World Herald.
Yeah, and Howard Anderson.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
is... Which,
I'm Spurgeon, man. I'm glad. This is amazing. I'm actually talking to this dude. Anyway, go on. Whatever.
so those 2 grand juries found that none of the perpetrators were guilty, and that the guilty parties were the kids that wouldn't recant their abuse. And Alicia got indicted for 8 counts by a federal grand jury. So Alicia Owen was looking at 200 years in prison. She was 21 years old, and she was looking at 200 years.
Was
in
she the
prison.
only one who didn't recant out of everyone?
There was also Paul Benassi.
Yeah, Paul Benassi, yeah.
But the Troy Boner kid,
Troy and most of the kids collapsed like a house of cards.
Right.
And most of them, the FBI really went into heavy-duty cover-up mode. The FBI agents even threatened to kill one of the perps that was thinking about talking. The FBI was really, really nasty in Omaha, Nebraska, to cover up Franklin. So Alicia had this kangaroo court that convicted her of perjury, and she was sentenced to between 9 and 15 years for perjury, and she was thrown in solitary confinement for 2 years, We're talking a kid that's 21 years old.
These are unheard of sentences for perjury.
The authorities really wanted to destroy her. That's why she was in solitary for 2 years. And that's the amazing thing about Alicia. She's got a lot of friends. She's gainfully employed.
Yeah,
how long was she in prison?
She was in prison.
I mean, on paper,
for 7 or 8 years.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like on paper, Paul and Alicia are doing better than me.
Yeah, good point.
And
so,
Alicia,
so much of a loser I am.
Alicia's a sweetheart.
Yeah.
She really is. I mean, if you're in a situation like that, it's either going to destroy you
or make you steal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, as Nietzsche said. And she was able to transcend. It's just amazing. I mean, she's like 1 in a billion, maybe.
Yeah, it's wild, dude.
That could.
They didn't know the fire in that one.
Yeah.
That could withstand what she withstood, and I'm in awe of her. She's a friend of mine, and I love her deeply.
Yeah.
And but she's really a sweetheart too. I mean, it's an amazing story. That is a story that needs to be told.
No
yes.
shit. Yeah.
All this stuff.
In the mainstream media.
What happens after the grand juries? Like after she gets sentenced, like what happens?
Well, there's the grand juries that indict her, and then she goes to trial.
Right.
So she was facing 2 trials: a state trial and a federal trial.
Yeah.
The reason why
taxpayer money, funny.
Well, the reason why she had to be found guilty was to sanctify those grand juries that said there was no child abuse.
Yeah.
So she had to be found guilty. And what was done in her trial, when you read the Franklin scandal, was so insane, was so corrupt.
Yeah, the Franklin scandal pretty much crescendos with her trial.
Yes.
And the stuff there, I'm not going to ruin the book for all the people that are going to buy it.
Right.
But like, if you think about this, the maneuvers that they pull, it's unreal. If this happened to you, dude, you would just break. You'd cry.
Yeah, no shit. I'd break immediately.
And Paul didn't recant either. And the thing about it is, although this was a kangaroo court, the jurors were in deliberation for 3 days.
And dude, can we talk about that for a second?
Sure.
All right, so they're deliberating, right? And the judge is like, guys, chill. I know you're not supposed to have contact with the outside world. They're gonna have a 48-hour special, and it's gonna be about pedophilia. Whatever you do, don't watch it. And the jurors are like, yeah, sure, we're not gonna watch it.
Watch this.
Yeah, please don't watch this. And then they all watch it. Dan Rather, whatever, he's out there.
You're telling me the CIA is tied in with the media, and this is happening on the same day.
Yeah, on CBS. CBS.
It happened the same day that, and it was talking about how Alicia was a liar.
And they call you schizophrenic.
And one of her
they call me a Looney Tune for this, and it's like, just a coincidence, guys, that they're going to have a special on the day that the jury's deliberating on Alicia Owen, and they're like, don't turn that channel on, guys.
And it was Robert Wadman, one of her perpetrators, and he was talking about how ghastly it was to be accused of such a heinous crime.
That motherfucker. Anyway, whatever.
And what's kind of interesting is Alicia was watching this in jail, and there was a prostitute that was next to her, and she said, "You really pissed somebody off."
Oh, yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Robert Wadman was a cop.
He was actually the chief of the Omaha Police Department.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they were being bad in Omaha, dude.
Gotta get water.
Yeah, take a break. Hit pause.
The rest of this is on Patreon if you want to listen to it. You know the deal.
If you just Venmo me $1, just $1. If you send $100, I'll remember your name and write it down in Strigoi. If you send more than that, and I'll do more. But
perpetrators are. They're limited in their thinking by their own immorality. They don't have wisdom. They don't think deep. And they never considered the strength of... Thank you. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out here tonight to arm yourselves with knowledge about a tool that's being covertly used to usher in what Adolf Hitler and George Bush termed New World Order. And that's mind control. I've enjoyed talking with quite a few of you earlier this evening pertaining to how mind control has affected some of you or some of your loved ones. Mind control is very prevalent in this country and around the world. These criminals that are in control of our country operate on the philosophy that secret knowledge equals power. Many government secrets and personal reputations were staked on the belief that I could not be deprogrammed to remember those things that I was supposed to forget. They were wrong. For as intelligent as these perpetrators are, they're limited in their thinking by their own immorality. They don't have wisdom. They don't think deep. And they never considered the strength of the human spirit. They never considered what would happen when a good man like Mark Phillips gained knowledge of their secrets and used them to restore a mind rather than control one. I know that I'm extremely fortunate to have survived my CIA, MK Ultra, White House, Pentagon level, trauma base, mind control victimization. Now that I'm in control of my own mind and ultimately my free will, I'm telling everything that I witnessed and saw and heard and photographically recorded behind the scenes of this New World Order effort. By telling their secrets, their power is eroding. I also speak out to give voice to the many, many mind control victims and survivors out there who can't think to speak out and tell what they know and what they've endured. I speak out for the sake of my daughter, Kelly, who's now 16 years old and is a political prisoner in the custody of the state of Tennessee, where she's being denied any rehabilitation due to the political affluence of her abusers. She's counting on Mark and I to get this word out on her behalf. For Kelly's sake and for your sake, Mark and I have gone to great lengths to document the facts and the truths that are listed in our book, Transformation of America. Transformation of America is self-published, uncensored, so that you can have the facts that you have a right to know and a need to know. These truths have been covered up and kept from all of us for a long time under a blanket of so-called national security. This is the same blanket of national security that has prevented us from obtaining justice despite the extensive evidences and documentation we have. We have over 27,000 documents and evidences. Government insider testimony, medical records, more than enough evidence for any legal procedure in this country, including congressional. But this blanket of national security has stopped us from obtaining justice. It's time for truth to prevail. It's time that these truths were brought to light for the sake of humanity as we know it. I'd like to begin by defining mind control by my experience. I realized that my experience was extreme, that the extensive, total robotic, absolute mind control I endured is more limited than the kind of mind control that's proliferating in society. Mind control has kind of a sliding scale where you've got the total robotic mind control on one side, and you've got mind control that's proliferating, such as in occultism in this country, or Global Education 2000, where children are losing their freedom of thought and their ability to critically analyze. There's so many different aspects of society that are affected by mind control in varying degrees. It's imperative that this information get out. And as I explain my victimization, it certainly can be applied to all different facets of mind control and mind manipulation. And as Mark and I have heard so many, many times from people who have read the book and heard us speak out, that this is a thread that's tying things together. All of a sudden, this whole new world order is making sense. The erosion of constitutional values, the erosion of morality in this country, all of a sudden, it begins to make sense when we learn about mind control. I was born in 1957 in Muskegon, Michigan, to a multi-generational incest-based family. This means my father was sexually abused as a child, my mother was sexually abused as a child, and they were sexually abusing me. My father sexually abused me as far back as I can remember, and I've often heard him state that he began substituting his penis for my mother's nipple while I was still an infant. I tell you this so that you can understand that my sexuality was confused in infancy. It was put into an area of my brain that's much like survival, like eating and drinking would be. I tell you these facts so that you can be better armed and understand what's happening in society. And name names. Mark and I name names in our book, Transformation of America, not so that I can say, well, I was in the White House with so-and-so. I mean, I missed the whole glamour part. But this is so you know who the problem is and where these problems lie. The sexual abuse that I was enduring was so horrific that I developed dissociative identity disorder. This used to be termed multiple personality disorder, and I'm so glad they've changed it to dissociative identity disorder because it really more aptly describes the compartmentalization that occurs when a person endures trauma that is literally too horrible to comprehend. Even though I couldn't understand that what my father was doing was morally wrong, the pain and the suffocation of his abuse was so extensive that I developed dissociative identity disorder. It certainly was incomprehensible. There was no place for it in my mind to deal with such horror. Therefore, I developed a compartment in my brain, a little area behind amnesic barriers that was actually the neuron pathway shutting down in my brain in order to compartmentalize the memory of the abuse so that the rest of my mind could function normally as though nothing had happened. So if I'd see my father at the dinner table, I didn't remember sexual abuse. But as soon as he unzipped his pants, the part of me, that part in my brain that knew how to deal with that horrific abuse, the neuron pathways actually physically opened up so that that part of my mind could deal with my father again and again and again as needed. I certainly had a lot of experiences within that compartment that that dealt with my father's abuse. But I didn't have a full range of perceptions. I had a very limited perception, a very limited view. Therefore, I'm so glad it's not termed personality anymore. I developed another compartment in my brain to deal with my mother's abuse. Her abuse was primarily psychological. She suffered from dissociative identity disorder herself, and I don't hold her accountable for her actions the way that I do my father, who is fully aware of what he was doing. My mother, in spite of her inability to control herself, destroyed any remnants of self-esteem that I might have developed. And her abuse was so horrific that I developed another compartment in my brain just to deal with my mother. I developed another compartment to deal with the child pornography that my father was subjecting me to. He was earning his living as a worm digger on a sixth grade education and supplemented the family income with child pornography that was being distributed through the local Michigan mafia pornography ring. At that time, there's a criminal faction of our government that was interested in targeting children such as myself for mind control, because this compartmentalization of memory was something that they deemed ideal for keeping government secrets. After all, if I couldn't think to remember, how could I tell about it? Additionally, people who suffer from dissociative identity disorder develop a photographic memory behind those amnesic barriers, because the brain has a defense mechanism that when trauma occurs, it photographically records events surrounding trauma. And an example of this would be that many of you who are old enough to remember, when John F. Kennedy was assassinated, most people know exactly where they were and what they were doing, because this was an event that traumatized the nation. And this exemplifies how the mind photographically records events surrounding trauma. So behind these amnesic barriers, I had a photographic memory, which the government deemed ideal for programming. That way I could deliver messages to and from government leaders, or in my case, also drug lords, who were involved in funding the black budget and funding the New World Order controls. They're interested in programming me so that I would deliver the messages verbatim. When I delivered messages, I delivered exactly what I was told, using the voice inflections of my abusers, with no conscious comprehension of what I was even saying. It was just a tape recorder just parroting out exactly what I'd been told. Another aspect that the government was interested in is that as a dissociative identity disordered person, I had no concept of time, because I was going from compartment to compartment of my brain with no memory of what had happened before. Therefore, I had no ability to even keep track of time, and a concept of it was just absolutely impossible. And it also makes for, if I didn't know what I was doing earlier, I wouldn't know to be tired while I was overdoing something else. Therefore, a person who suffered from dissociative identity disorder had extensive physical endurance, just superhuman strength and ability to keep going and going and going and going. Dissociative identity disorder persons also develop 44 times visual acuity. Very often that's why you see them wide-eyed with the whites around their eyes, because they're actually taking in more of their surroundings than the average person. 44 times more detail than the average person sees. That certainly makes them perfect marksmen for mercenary operations or for intelligence in different areas that the government was interested in developing mind control. I was a chosen one, or a prime candidate, for mind control because of the sexual abuse that I had endured. My sexuality had been enhanced. Therefore, I was used as a sex slave and also delivered messages to and from these government leaders. At that time, because a government, this criminal faction of our government, was so interested in dissociative identity disordered persons, they knew that any child that was subjected to child pornography had to have endured trauma so horrible that they had to be suffering from that disorder. Therefore, this criminal faction of our government sanctioned this child pornography ring so that they could identify and target children such as myself for the project. At that time, the politician, local Michigan politician, mafia politician, the politician who was protecting this Michigan mafia pornography ring was a guy named Gerald Ford. This is the same Gerald Ford that went on to become the first unelected president of the United States. Gerald Ford, I never perceived his political affluence. I only perceived him as another abuser like my father, because Gerald Ford also sexually abused me as a child and sexually abused me right on through my mind control victimization until Mark rescued my daughter Kelly and I in 1988. Gerald Ford is not a pedophile per se. He's what I refer to as trisexual. He'll try anything. Any age, anybody, anytime, anywhere, just as long as he had control. Because he had a perversion of power, in addition to his interest in mind control. Therefore, it was Gerald Ford who came out to our house and explained to my father how to raise me in the project according to government specifications. My father had been caught sending this child pornography through the U.S. mails, and therefore he was approached and told that if he sold me into that project, that he would gain immunity from prosecution. My father remains free from prosecution to date for so-called reasons of national security. My father thought it was just absolutely wonderful and immediately sold me into the project. He felt like the government condoned child abuse. So did I. I certainly felt like the government did. And my father went on to have 5 more children to raise in the project, so there were 7 of us in all. The rest are still awaiting freedom. Once my father agreed to sell me into the project, I was taken routinely to Mackinac Island, Michigan, which is a political retreat where the Michigan governor's mansion is located. It was a bohemian grove of sorts where politicians met and discussed New World Order controls, where they discussed mind control of the masses, mind control in the school systems, how to use occultism as a trauma base. One of my sexual abusers at that time was the Prime Minister of Canada, Pierre Trudeau. Pierre Trudeau is a professed Jesuit. Now, the Jesuits are an intelligence arm of the Catholic Vatican. There's a criminal faction within these Jesuits. I'm certainly not saying all Catholics are bad, nor am I saying all CIA is bad or all politicians. There's good and bad in everything. But nevertheless, Pierre Trudeau represented this criminal faction of the Catholic Church, of the Jesuits, who believed in mind control of the masses because they wanted to be the one world church in the New World Order. The money that was being brought in through the church was funding New World Order controls. And he firmly believed in mind control. Another sexual abuser of mine was then Michigan Senator and later U.S. Congressman Guy Vanderjagt. This is the same Guy Vanderjagt that went on to head the Republican National Committee that put George Bush into the office of president. It was at Mackinac Island, Michigan, when I was 13 years old, that I was dedicated to the senator who had become my owner in this mind control project. That's U.S. Senator Robert C. Byrd. Senator Byrd is a Democrat from West Virginia. And again, as you'll notice as I reveal any names, that this doesn't have anything to do with party lines. Democrats and Republicans both are involved because it's not about party lines, it's about who's for the New World Order and who's not. Nevertheless, Senator Byrd had been in office as I've been alive. He's still in office today. He's been head of our Senate Appropriations Committee, which means he held the purse strings of our country. He decided where money would be spent. And I know from having witnessed and experienced and saw so much behind the scenes that Senator Byrd was appropriating money in directions that would allow for New World Order controls. Not only that, but my father, for having sold me into this project, was granted a lucrative military contract for making camshafts for military automobiles and all. My father became extremely wealthy on his 6th grade education. Senator Byrd, as my owner, would decide where I should go, when, what operations I would be forced to carry out during the Reagan-Bush administration, what places I should be taken specifically for mind control programming. Senator Byrd directed all of my activities. Also around that time, I'd made my first communion in Muskegon's St. Francis de Sales Church. Having made my first communion, I also endured an extra ritual after that was referred to as the right to remain silent. That's R-I-T-E, as in ritual. This involved Congressman Vanderjagt and the head of our church at that time, a Father Don. And they subjected me to an occult blood ritual. This was so horrific. It was this reversal of the Catholic Mass. It confused my mind because when a person's operating on a subconscious level because they're so traumatized that consciously there's no place for what they're enduring, the subconscious mind has no ability to discern and to question and to reason the same way that the conscious mind does. And this reversal of the Catholic Mass into occultism just made it all seem to run together in my mind. It was absolutely horrific. This blood ritual was so horrible that my mind readily accepted the mind manipulation that I endured afterwards, a hypnotic language, the neuro-linguistic programming, mind-controlled programming, that actually changed the way that my brain was functioning, so that, you know, that part of my brain that I said would open up to deal with my father's abuse again and again? They changed that so that they decided when, where, and how that particular compartment of my brain would be opened and accessed. And they replaced the triggering mechanism with hypnotic codes, keys, and triggers, hand signals. There's also phone tones that can also open those neuron pathways and give access to the compartmentalized memory as well. They replaced that at that time. And this was with this right to remain silent. I also had a silence in my head after that, because up until that time, I heard, it was just my own voice, but I heard my voice arguing back and forth with all these different perceptions and from the different compartments in order that I could formulate some kind of a decision about things. I remember before the right to remain silent that I had some free thoughts of my own, and I had hoped for a place in the world where people didn't abuse each other. I'd hoped to have 10 children that I knew would be at least 10 children in this world that weren't abused. I'd hoped for those things, but with the right to remain silent, I lost my capacity, my ability for free will thinking. I lost my ability to even hope anymore. I lost all free will entirely. This right to remain silent silenced this argument that always went on in my head, and instead, all I ever heard from that point on was the voices of my abusers directing me, telling me exactly what it was I was supposed to do. I could only robotically follow those instructions and carry them out. By the time I was ready for high school, Senator Byrd ordered that I be sent to Muskegon Catholic Central High School. At that time, there was an enormous emergence of information. The Catholics had long since learned the effects of trauma on the human mind. They'd learned it and kept records of it for so many years, with such things as the Spanish Inquisition and other aspects where people who didn't follow the belief systems were wiped out. The Crusaders had also recorded a great deal of information pertaining to trauma in the human mind. This information was being merged with the Hitler-Himmler research that the CIA had taken and had been advancing on. The combination of the merging of the information was very powerful. And Muskegon Catholic Central was a place where this information was being brought together. It was at Catholic Central that the very basis, the very groundwork for Global Education 2000 was being implemented. This is Goals 2000, outcome-based education. There's many different names for the program that's being implemented in our school systems. It's being forced on our children by the federal government. Global Education 2000 was designed to increase our children's learning capacity while decreasing their ability to critically analyze. That way they would just readily accept whatever they were told without any question and just take all the information in. At Catholic Central, I got straight A's. I did really good in school because I was photographically recording everything in class. I endured occult ritual in the school chapel, as did numerous other students in the school. I certainly wasn't the only one. As a matter of fact, by that time, I really thought the whole world was involved in this kind of abuse. By then, my whole environment was saturated with it. This occultism, this trauma, created the photographic recording of all that I learned in school. Of course, I had no ability to critically analyze it or to creatively use it in any way, but the information was sure in there. It was while I was at Catholic Central that Gerald Ford went into the office of president. I had been conditioned by that time to believe that I had no place to run and no place to hide. This is a phrase that's used to lock in mind control victims of varying levels. There's no place to run, no place to hide. We're watching you. I certainly felt like I had no place to run and no place to hide. Who would I turn to? I couldn't turn to my parents. I couldn't turn to my church. Couldn't turn to my school. Couldn't turn to the local politicians. And now I couldn't even turn to the President of the United States. I truly felt locked in, which is exactly what they wanted for total control of my mind. Of course, since then, I've learned otherwise, and Mark wisely taught me while I was in the deprogramming process that I did have a place to run, so right at them. And I had no need to hide. Obviously, they do, by the way. They're covering up all their acts with the national security blanket. After I graduated from high school, Senator Byrd ordered that I be transferred to Nashville, Tennessee. Nashville, Tennessee was heavily involved in mind control at that time through the country music industry, and above all, the proliferation of CIA cocaine operations within the country music industry were already in full swing. The political corruption in Tennessee was just all the way to the top. The country music industry provided a cover for mind control slaves like myself to be taken around the country to the various places as designated, and also to distribute and deliver the large quantities of CIA cocaine that was coming into the country. It was my experience that the CIA's so-called war on drugs is no more than the CIA eliminating their competition as they take over the drug industry worldwide. They took their war on drugs to our street corners and turned our streets into a bloodbath. The country music industry provided the cover for distributing the cocaine, so Senator Byrd wanted me to be within the country music industry. Besides that, he fancied himself an entertainer of sorts, and he fiddled on the Grand Ole Opry from time to time. When I was first sent to Nashville, he was playing on the Opry that night, and he had a musician behind him, a guy named Wayne Cox. Wayne Cox later told me that playing music behind Senator Byrd wasn't the only way that he backed him, but that he backed him politically as well. After the Opry that night, I endured an occult ritual again. Occultism is oftentimes used as a trauma base for mind control. Who can comprehend that kind of a trauma? A blood ritual is absolutely horrible, and it's a perfect trauma base for mind control, for the compartmentalization of memory. I witnessed Wayne Cox murder a railroad bum down at Nashville's Union Station. It was abandoned at that time, and there were bums around, and he shot him right between the eyes and cut off both of his hands, which was Cox's MO for murder. After this blood ritual, this horrible trauma, I was programmed that Wayne Cox would be my first handler in MK Ultra Mind Control. As my handler, Wayne Cox would follow Senator Byrd's directions and instructions, and above all, he would be subjecting me to more trauma sufficient to satisfy the numerous compartments Senator Byrd wanted developed in my brain for mind control programming so that I could carry out various operations during the Reagan-Bush administration. I endured numerous occult rituals after that. Wayne Cox at that time was working directly under the direction of Louisiana Senator J. Bennett Johnston, and he took me to his hometown in Chatham, Louisiana. J. Bennett Johnston at that time was heavily involved in mind control operations because he was running a band of mercenaries out of Louisiana. At that time, this band of mercenaries were going in and out of South America. There was a lot of arms deals going on. There was, and most importantly, when the airplanes would fly these guys down to South America, they would come back full of cocaine, which was being distributed on our streets. Wayne Cox was triggering these mercenaries into operation by showing them a severed hand from another one of his victims, which re-traumatized them into the occult ritual that they had already endured and accessed a specific compartment of their brain. And he told them that J. Bennett Johnston wanted them to give him a hand and carry out a certain operation. He would then give the instructions and the guys would follow him through. So J. Bennett Johnston was heavily involved. At that time, it was 1978, and it was determined that I had endured sufficient trauma to carry out my first trial run operation. An enormous quantity of cocaine had been flown in on one of these operations, and I was to deliver it into the neighboring state of Arkansas. By that time, Bill Clinton's drug operation was in full swing. He was governor of Arkansas, and I delivered this cocaine to a remote airport in Ouachita Forest, which I've since identified as Mena Airport. I also delivered a little packet of information and a small quantity of cocaine, a personal stash from J. Bennett Johnston, to Bill Clinton. I delivered it to Bill Clinton, and he cut out 2 lines of the coke, and he did inhale. That certainly wasn't the only time I saw Bill Clinton using cocaine. My sexual experience with Bill Clinton was extremely limited, in spite of the fact that I was a sex slave. It was my experience that Bill Clinton is bisexual, leaning far more towards a homosexual end. All I've ever seen him involved in was a homosexual activity, with very limited experience with him myself. Whereas my experience was much more prevalent with Hillary Clinton, because Hillary is also bisexual, leaning more towards a homosexual end, and it was she who accessed my sex programming to fulfill her perversions. Around this same time, J. Bennett Johnston subjected me to some other mind manipulation that involved, instead of an occult theme, an alien theme. Now these guys who are manipulating my mind and programming me for mind control purposes claimed, and these criminals in control of our country as well, claimed to be gods, demons, and aliens in order that I feel totally helpless, in order that I felt like they were beyond my realm to affect. And it certainly worked at that time. J. Bennett Johnston told me that he was an alien. He told me that he had been part of the Philadelphia experiment, and when the ship disappeared, it came back a spaceship. This is in keeping with kind of an air-water mirror theme that NASA uses quite frequently, a reversal, because, this, again, the subconscious mind doesn't have any reasoning capacity. J. Bennett Johnston then showed me, through his office at General Dynamics, a then top-secret stealth. Here was this triangular stealth that wasn't in any of the school books, wasn't being talked about anywhere, wasn't out in the newspapers or anything else. It was being withheld. It was still a top-secret weapon system. But I saw this triangular stealth. It looked like a spaceship to me. I'd never seen anything like that. And everything that J. Bennett Johnston was doing and he was involved in certainly was alien to me. So it was easy for me to accept the idea that what was happening was in fact being perpetrated by aliens. I'm not saying that there's no such thing as aliens. That would be foolish for me to even say anything like that at all. But what I am saying is that it was my experience that these were people claiming to be aliens. If there's a reality out there pertaining to any alien influence, we need to sort out the government misinformation and disinformation and mind manipulation techniques that they're using. I know for a fact that the plan is to make all of us feel totally helpless, that what's happening is beyond our realm to affect because we've been taken over by aliens, that our Independence Day is dawning. So beware of that. Understand that those criminals have been keeping information and technology from us under their blanket of national security. They are 25 years ahead of us at least, technologically. Can you imagine what they've got now? 25 years ahead? What's happened that you're aware of in the last 25 years? Microwave ovens, we've got computerization, and they've had access to all of that to continue their own advancements. They're way ahead. So when they say, it's aliens, and they show us some incredible technology, don't fall into the trap of feeling totally helpless, that this is beyond our realm to affect. Superstition begins where knowledge leaves off. And they have been keeping knowledge from us for a long time. People have all kinds of belief systems. And I'm sure each and every one of you has various and different belief systems as well. Regardless of what your belief system is, it is imperative that you know that these criminals are people. They are within our realm to affect. They need to be held accountable for their actions and their crimes against humanity. It was 1980 and my daughter Kelly was born. She was born directly into the MK Ultra Mind Control Project on a much higher level, a more sophisticated technological level than I was subjected to. In addition to trauma, she was subjected to harmonic mind control programming on NASA installations literally since birth, before her brain even had a chance to form. As soon as Kelly was born, Senator Byrd figured I'd been traumatized enough by that time and ordered that we be transferred back to Nashville, Tennessee to carry out operations during the Reagan administration. By being within the country music industry, we had a second handler. His name was Alex Houston. Alex Houston is a ventriloquist, stage hypnotist in the country music industry. Above all, he carries out criminal covert CIA operations. that fund the black budget. And this certainly included bringing in large quantities of cocaine and distributing them through the United States, Canada. He was working at that time and provided a cover for me to be taken throughout the United States, Canada, Mexico, and the Caribbean for these criminal covert operations. As my handler, he took me to various military and NASA installations for mind control programming for specific operations that I was forced to participate in. These operations that I won't have time to get into tonight are detailed in our book, Transformation of America. And they involve such leaders as the President of Mexico at that time, De La Madrid, and Vice President Salinas. It was my experience that in 1984, there's a CIA trauma base, near-death trauma center that's located in Lampe, Missouri. It's called the Swiss Villa Amphitheater. And they'd bring certain involved country music acts in to bring large quantities of cocaine or bring the cocaine out for distribution, because Lampe, Missouri is just across the Arkansas line and is very much a part of Bill Clinton's cocaine operation. And it was in full swing at that time. It's also interesting to note that this Lampe, Missouri operation is where the country music industry was more conveniently relocated, you know, right there in Branson, so that it would be closer to Clinton's cocaine operations. Lampe, Missouri was a place where I heard George Bush and Bill Clinton talking, where from the point of view I had, they certainly were friends, and they didn't recognize any party lines between them. That's something for the, you know, a smoke and mirrors illusion for the public. It's not something they adhere to, because they had exactly the same agenda, and that was for bringing in this New World Order. I heard George Bush talking at that time. He was talking to Bill Clinton, and I've since photographically recorded it and wrote it verbatim in our book, that when the American people became disillusioned with Republicans leading them into the New World Order, that Bill Clinton, as a Democrat, was going to be put into the office of president. This was decided in 1984. Actually, I'd heard about it even prior to that, but as of 1984, they were already discussing it as an absolute fact. It was also discussed in the groundwork for NAFTA that by the time George Bush went into the office of president, that Salinas was going to become president of Mexico, and they together would be bringing in the NAFTA, which was the beginning of New World Order controls. I was forced to participate in the criminal groundwork for NAFTA, the opening of the Juarez-Mexican border to the free trade of drugs, free trade of our nation's children. It's absolutely appalling, the criminal roots of NAFTA. Again, this is detailed in the book. But it's interesting to note that these political moves had already been decided way back when. And as I deprogrammed, and as I was, it was really something to me to find out people didn't know about this stuff. I mean, it was so obvious to me. I didn't realize that people were unaware and had bought into some kind of smoke and mirrors illusions of what was going on, and never thought to look behind the scenes to what was really going on. But I understand good people don't think that way. They don't have criminal minds. They don't think to look for that kind of criminal activity. Just like these guys are limited in their thinking by immorality, good people are kind of blinded from that kind of criminal activity until their eyes are open to truth. But this criminal activity that was going on at that time, the people that were involved were following directions from George Bush. I don't purport to know it all. I don't purport to know that George Bush is at the very top of all this, but he is as high up as I knew. It was my experience that Ronald Reagan answered to George Bush, not robotically, not under mind control, but willingly, because George Bush was respected for what he knew about bringing in the New World Order. Consider his past. George Bush first began with the United Nations. Then he went on to head our CIA. Then he ran our country through 3 administrations that I'm aware of, the Reagan administration, his administration, and the Clinton administration, because Reagan and Clinton both answered to him. Mexican President de la Madrid answered to him and knew that Salinas was to be coming into power, and Salinas had more influence in Mexico at that time than de la Madrid, that, as far as my experience was concerned. Also, Saudi Arabian King Fahd followed orders from George Bush, as did the Prime Minister of Canada, Brian Mulroney. In 1983, I heard Ronald Reagan and Brian Mulroney discussing the New World Order. Senator Byrd had acted in the capacity of a pimp and prostituted me to Reagan, and I was present at this White House cocktail party. Now, Ronald Reagan certainly provided a wonderful smoke and mirrors illusion for all of us. For those of you who don't want to believe that he's involved in this, he told you he's an actor. And he did a real good job of it for a long time. That was his role. That's what he was supposed to do. Nevertheless, I heard Ronald Reagan telling Brian Mulroney that he believed the only way to world peace was through mind control of the masses. I know from experience there's no peace of mind under mind control. And I wonder at a world peace where people don't have peace of mind. Mind control, the ramifications of mind control are far-reaching, because I also know that under mind control there's no free thought. Without free thought, there's no free will. Without God-given free will, there's no soul expression. What kind of a world peace can we have without any free will or any soul expression, without any spirituality? Mind control needs to be exposed in order that people maintain their freedom of thought, in order that people maintain their free will and have that spiritual expression, because of spirituality, when people have soul and spirituality, they're going to be acting in a capacity of love anyway. That is where world peace is, not mind control. By 1988, I'd been forced to participate in numerous operations against my will, all of which I certainly would never have done. I guess if I had had any part of me that was willing to do anything like that, mind control would not have been necessary. I'm appalled at what I was forced to participate in, but I am relieved that this information is getting out, that people are passing the book Transformation of America hand in hand, hand to hand, so that hand in hand we can take back our country. This information is information that you have a right to know and a need to know, and their controlled medias are not going to suppress truth. Truth prevails. In 1988, Mark rescued my daughter Kelly and I. We couldn't think to escape. I couldn't think to save my daughter any more than I could think to save myself. And all those childhood hopes and dreams were certainly hadn't come to fruition. When Mark rescued Kelly and I, we didn't have any ability to even hope for good people. We didn't know they even existed. We didn't have a capacity to trust anyone. It wasn't within our realm of experience. I couldn't think to reason that Mark was a good guy. But I'd seen him with his animals. And even though I didn't have any ability to consciously reason, and Kelly didn't have any ability to consciously reason things out or to think things out, we had this extra sense developed. We sensed things very strongly. After all, when you consider that we use, 10% of our brain, we'd been like blasted into other parts of our brain, and these parts of our brain were real perceptive on what's considered, I suppose, psychic levels by some definition. When we had a sense for things, kind of like the animals did. And we noticed that the animals loved Mark. He had these raccoons that he'd rescued. He had 3 raccoons, and they all loved him, and they hugged him, and they wrapped their arms around his neck, and they patted on his face and kissed him. And, that was really a neat thing for us to see, because we had only seen our animals abused. We lived on a farm. We had lived on a farm, and we had dogs and cats and horses and cows and guineas and chickens and all kinds of animals, all of which Alex Houston tortured or killed to keep us in line to, if we didn't do this, this would happen to our pet. And we loved our animals. Please bear this in mind, that people who abuse children oftentimes abuse animals. If you see someone abusing an animal, keep your eyes open, look further, make sure those kids are safe. I've never seen an exception to this rule. Not that there's not one out there somewhere, but I've never seen an exception to it. So it was very telling to us that these animals loved Mark. Additionally, when he came in and rescued us, here we were under the gun of the CIA. Everything was very precarious, to say the least. I was 30 years old. I was supposed to be killed, as most mind-controlled slaves are at the age of 30. Besides, I was considered too old for sex by that time, so I was supposed to be wiped out. But Mark came in and rescued me from certain death and rescued my daughter from a fate much worse than death, and took the time to rescue our animals. He packed up all those cows and horses and guineas and chickens and loaded them up on these different trailers and everything, and brought them to safety as well. This had a profound impact on Kelly and I. We certainly developed an ability to trust right there and then. Mark took us to the safety and serenity of Alaska. Since we were safe for the first time in our lives, experiencing love for the first time in our lives, memories of our past began flashing on our mind's screen. As these memories flashed, and I started to remember what had happened to me and to my daughter, particularly during the Reagan-Bush administration, I became enraged. I was enraged at what my daughter had been through, the tortures I'd endured, and what the plan was for humanity as a whole. I'd have been blinded by that rage, immobilized by that rage, if it weren't for Mark's wisdom in telling me that the best revenge is total recovery. Because through total recovery, by photographically recording all those events, I could expose these people for exactly what they are, for what their plans are, for what I witnessed behind the New World Order. Be able to get help for my daughter, who was in desperate need of help at that particular time. So I began writing out my memories. By writing out my memories, I used a different part of my brain than verbalizing. It bypasses emotion. Bypassing emotion was very necessary for logically making the incomprehensible comprehensible, for understanding and grasping what had happened to us and what could be done with that information. Kelly was not so fortunate. Because of the harmonic programming that she'd endured, remembering the traumas and deprogramming the program did not allow her access to all parts of her brain as it did me. She still needed some technological equipment to help her recover. She needed to actually have those neuron pathways vibrated back open with harmonic equipment. Therefore, she went into Humana Hospital in Anchorage, Alaska, in an intensive care unit. She suffered horribly at that time and responded only to some psychological intervention and not to any conventional medications. Kelly was actually suffering respiratory failure because mind control has advanced to the point where they know the ins and outs of the brain and the mind so well that they know how to program not only the subconscious, but to go into the primitive mind, the very area of our mind where blinking, breathing, and circulatory, heartbeat, all that is regulated. And they could go in there and put death programs in place. In my daughter's case, it was respiratory failure, so that in the event that she ever had cause to remember, which they never expected could happen, but in espionage, that can happen. We've heard of that, where the brainwashed and where they have the memory accessed. So they wouldn't have to take the old cyanide pill anymore like they used to, like spies used to. Instead, they would just simply go into respiratory failure, circulatory failure, and no information would be released at all. There was no chance of the information getting out that way. Since my daughter was being raised was genetically and mind controlled, being brought up to be in espionage, she had that program in place and it went into effect. Because of the medical attention that she needed, she became quickly thrust into the illegal and immoral custody of the state of Tennessee, where she remains today. The violations of laws and rights that proliferated in her so-called legal case were extensive. We had one clean district attorney that went in and told the judge that he was violating constitutional rights and human rights in my daughter's case, and cited law after law after law, and the judge interrupted him and said, but laws do not apply in this case for reasons of national security. This certainly raises a question. What does national security have to do with a documented, validated, and proven rape and molestation of a child's mind and body? For Kelly's sake, and the sake of so many other mind control survivors out there, we need to lift this veil of national security. We need to repeal the 1947 National Security Act. This is a national security that's threatening the security of our nation when it covers up such crimes against humanity as mind control, when it covers up the CIA's so-called war on drugs, when it covers up the selling out of our country to New World Order controls. That's a national security that has nothing to do with the security of our nation. This national security has kept information pertaining to mind control for all of you for far too long. We've got to get this information out. We've got to arm others with knowledge on mind control, because knowledge is our only defense against mind control. We need to get this information out in detail so that we can all be more effective in our particular areas of taking back our country and ultimately taking back our world, for Kelly's sake, for the sake of all the other mind control survivors and victims that I know are out there. There's many, many of them. And for the sake of humanity as we know it. It is truth that sets us free. Please help us spread the word. Thank you.
Who's Miriam?
His sister, over there. She manages him. She does very well. He won't make a move without her.
He's making one now.
Come live with me.
You know what day it is today, Cap?
Yeah.
What? What day of the week?
Wait a minute. Don't bug me.
Sirhan's own diary does repeatedly refer to mind control.
You say that Sirhan was programmed, controlled, almost brainwashed to kill Robert Kennedy.
And then arises as to who could have programmed him. Suspicion has fallen in recent years on a small group of West Coast doctors who were active in secret CIA mind control experiments. The most flamboyant of these was the late Dr. William Bryan. Again, Dr. Philip Melanson.
William Bryan was, by his own admission, one of the primary researchers for the government in brainwashing, in hypnoprogramming, and in a variety of things. He was an out-of-control super hypno character who exploited women through his hypnosis practice and was temporarily disbarred as a result. He bragged about his work for the government, said he was the czar of brainwashing, and he was also involved with the man I call Reasoner and with another man, all of whom worked together in Southern and Northern California, all of whom worked for the government, and my belief is that two of them, if not three of them, had something to do with Sirhan's programming.
William Bryan was a rather large man weighing 386 pounds. He has been variously referred to as the most brilliant man in the field of hypnotism and as a, quote, misguided genius. His private practice involved sex therapy, and by his own admission, he frequently had sex with his female patients. Did William Bryan believe that a subject could be programmed to perform acts that were out of character? Let's listen.
You have to have the person locked up physically, and there is also the use of long-term hypnotic suggestion, probably drugs, whatever, and so on. Under these situations where you have all this going for you, yes, you can brainwash a person to do just about anything.
Did William Bryan have anything at all to do with Robert Kennedy's accused killer? Well, in the year before his death in 1976, Bryan reportedly bragged to two prostitutes who serviced him regularly that he had, in fact, hypnotized Sirhan. Bryan also liked to brag about his most crowning achievement, the deprogramming of Albert DeSalvo, the Boston Strangler. In Sirhan's notebook, that strange document with page after page of almost indecipherable trance-induced scribbling, there appears the entry, God help me, please help me. Salvo, di DeSalvo, die salvo. It's a curious notation to be sure, but is it possible that while working upon Sirhan, the programmer couldn't help talking about his favorite subject? And that this entry, by way of the captured mind of Sirhan is really the palm print of Dr. William Bryan? If we take Sirhan's words, it's just not me, at face value, then who was it?
Nothing is real, you're seeing it fun.
We set out Strawberry Field throughout. We convinced a few lads of discovering Patrick's message, but nothing happened.
When the Liverpool people came here to London, they brought with them the freedom, the money they've made. A centre is what is needed. That's what the bookshop here in Indica was designed. But the bookshop wasn't enough. A newspaper seemed to be the only way to get them all to meet.
One of the staff members and a co-founder held a competition in the first issue of the newspaper. His name was Jan Iarkomo, apparently a Polish filmmaker. The same Jan Iarkomo who ran this ad in the next issue. The same Ian Iarkomo who contributed to the Church of the Final Judgment and their magazine, The Process. The same Ian Iarkomo who engaged his friend Yoko Ono to perform an exhibition at his own Indica Gallery.
She was having a show at this gallery. So anyway, I finally got to this show, and she had all these things on, like all these like hammer nail things, and that clock there, you listen to it through a stethoscope, all the things. There was this ladder and a thing on the ceiling. So I climbed the ladder, and on the ceiling it said, yes. But it said yes, and that was enough, you know. And then she came up and said she didn't know who I was.
Neither of them know about it.
Yoko came around to my house.
She knew who the Beatles were
She
because
had met him.
she met you.
Yeah.
She knew of the Beatles.
Neither of them know about it.
I don't know, you
But
know.
of course, I mean, if she knocked on your door, she knew you were a Beatle.
The same Ian Iarkomo that wrote Paperback Writer. The same Ian Iarkomo whose name backwards sounds like, listen, Ian Iarkomo, Ian Iarkomo, Paul McCartney, Paul McCartney.
So Miles anyway turned me on to a lot of that International Times, Evergreen, all those little things. There are lots of very far out, and we used to do a lot of that.
This means that someone like Paul McCartney is on the scene and have supported it in both direct and indirect ways, and will probably say we have the same concept of freedom as he does. I've all found a certain similarity in their aims, more intimate and direct.
So, way before John met Yoko and got avant-garde, I was like the avant-garde London bachelor with Miles, my pad in St. John's Wood. I was making like 8mm movies shown in Antonioni. I was into quite sort of heavy avant-garde trip. I'd sit with Burroughs in the basement, and I remember sitting around with Burroughs, you know, to do little tapes and backward crazy stuff.
Still out. Your sons forever.
Took place at 80 institutions, including 44 universities, 15 private companies, 12 hospitals, and 3 prisons. MKUltra Subproject 119 was the foundation of all non-lethal weapons programs currently active and included a summary of 5 areas. Dr. Stephen Aldrich took control of the Office of Research and Development in 1962 from Dr. Sidney Gottlieb. Aldrich started Operation Often, an investigation into the occult with the help of Houston sorceress Sybil Leek. CIA behaviorists carefully studied every aspect of the occult underground. In 1972, SCI also sponsored a course at the University of South Carolina in rituals of demonology and voodoo. Dr. Aldrich was an MKUltra programmer who focused on remote brain manipulation and the occult, the twin threads that run through SEI Corporation. The Manson family was associated with the Process Church, which according to the Utah Department of Public Safety moved to southern Utah and changed their name to the Foundation. In a 1990 internal memo authored by church authority Glenn L. Pace, allegations were made of ritual abuse and human sacrifice. Pace writes that he has met with 60 victims of ritual abuse, but there were probably 2 to 3 times as many victims. 53 were female and 7 were male, 8 of which were children. All are members of the Mormon Church. 45 victims alleged they witnessed or participated in human sacrifice. The majority were abused by relatives. All had developed psychological problems such as multiple personality disorder. Quote, "The memories come in layers. The first might be of incest. Another layer might well be the memory of seeing people hurt or even killed. Then they remember having seen babies killed. Another layer is realizing that they participated in the sacrifices. One of the most painful memories may be that they even sacrificed their own baby. I have only seen those coming forth to get help. They are in their 20s and 30s for the most part. I can only assume that it is expanding geometrically, and am horrified by the numbers represented by the generation who are now children and teenagers." Unquote. Dr. Joseph Mengele found that trauma bonding and mind control work best when the victim is forced to kill someone they love, usually a twin.
Can you feel the magic of Hollywood? Did you notice the large woman eating a piece of dead flesh with red and white stripes reminiscent of our flag? This is the type of satanic encoding that you'll see connects different. Here you see the red and white stripes of the flag draped beside Sharon Tate's ritually murdered body, inverted pentagrams facing towards her. In the last movie that Sharon Tate appeared in while she was alive, The Valley of the Dolls, that starred bouncing on the trampoline Academy Award winner Patty Duke, youngest Academy Award winner at 16 stab wounds in Sharon Tate. There's the ruby red slippers of Oz. Notice after we see the goddess scene and goddess imagery, Sharon Tate's face and red and white bars, similar to the many red and white bars that were in the trampoline scene from the movie where she starred in Don't Make Waves, where she starred in as Malibu, and some believe that the Malibu doll, Malibu Barbie, is patterned after Sharon Tate, which would make it a satanic voodoo doll that would contain the energy of the ritualistic murder spell.
One witness said that those shots came so close together that he could scarcely believe they were fired from one gun. A reporter heard the shots from adjoining rooms, and they sounded almost like they came from a machine gun. So short was the burst of fire.
The political murder is a part of our lives. It has been through our history, even though our history shows that political assassination usually has changed things not for the better, but for the worse. Senator Kennedy is the latest victim.
Run back. I just saw somebody run back, and then I heard somebody say he's been shot, and that's all I heard. That's all I saw this man run back there.
There has been a chase after that man?
Everybody started...
Are you afraid right now, Senator? Are you afraid? I know you don't. Are you afraid?
They were berating her, badgering her, thinking of little tricks to throw her off.
Well, he put words in her mouth. He literally put the words in her mouth. And she finally broke down under the intense pressure.
As we begin to hear from these edited excerpts, Hernandez is giving a solo rendition of Good Cop, Bad Cop, showing a patronizing concern for Serrano on the one hand and menacing her in subtle ways on the other. Serrano, one must remember, was merely a witness. She was not a person accused of a serious crime, clinging to a flimsy story with the hope of escaping punishment. She had no reason to invent such a story, but more important, the LAPD's own All Points Bulletin, from a separate source, describes the very people and the conversation Serrano was reporting. Nevertheless, Hernandez keeps attacking. The promise is that if she changes her story, the questioning will end. The threat is to publicly denounce her as a liar and to continue the interrogations.
Now, you see what happens. There's two ways to approach this thing. Right. The first one is for me to appeal to you as a decent woman that campaigned for Senator Kennedy. This is the one way I can approach. The other way is for me to hold up the paper, go out here and tell these people, have them tell whatever they're going to tell upstairs. And this is the wrong way because, look, I have to look at myself. When I shave in the morning, I look at myself. Right. And right now I have my deepest compassion for you because you're a young lady. And I want to try to do whatever I believe is best for you. What's best for you?
Well, there was this girl coming. She was coming downstairs and she said, we shot. No, this girl in a polka dot dress, a white dress, polka dot.
Don't. It's like a disease. I know what I'm telling you. I know what I'm telling you.
It says I've never even seen a girl with a polka dot dress.
I'm saying that nobody told you we had shot Kennedy.
If somebody told me that we had shot
No.
I'm sorry, but that's true. That is true.
Look, one of these days you're going to be 27 years old, 28 years old. What kind of a person?
It's a whole mess of things.
What's that going to be?
It's too messed up. Even I can't even remember what happened anymore.
Well, number one, you know that nobody told you we had shot Kennedy.
No, somebody told me we had shot Kennedy.
No, nobody told you. Where did they tell you this, Sandy?
Outside.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sandy, like I say, don't be.
Well, I'm not going to say I truly believe somebody told me, and I'm not going to say nobody told me just to satisfy anybody else.
No, just the truth to satisfy yourself. No, to satisfy the family, the remaining family of this. The Kennedys have had nothing but tragedy here since the first President Kennedy, now Senator Bobby Kennedy. Now what next? They have enough. At least it's a consolation to them. And I'm certain, and you mark my words, that one of these days, if you're woman enough, you will get a letter from Ethel Kennedy, personal, thanking you for at least letting her rest on this aspect of this investigation.
Somebody told me that, honest. No, really.
No, look, Sandy, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but I want you to tell me the truth about the staircase. Nobody in that staircase, what you're telling me here, told you that we had shot Kennedy.
A woman told me we had shot Kennedy.
Where did she tell you this? Outside where?
I believe I was on the staircase.
You say I believe I was on the staircase?
Sure.
I mean, look, a half lie. A half lie is as much as a lie because there are no half lies.
Yeah, I was on the stairway. That's what she said.
Sandy, look, you're basically a decent person.
Thanks.
You're basically a decent person. But here you are, you're 20 years old. This is going to change your whole life in here. You're growing real fast in this room right now because you know that you have to make a decision to tell what's truthful, what's honest, what's right. No, you can't say that.
I think so.
Well, you can't say it with your lips, you can say it, but with your feelings, your heart, your soul, you've told me here. These are lies. This story is a lie. This didn't happen.
As we listen to excerpts from the last 20 minutes, we hear Serrano begin to wear down. Sergeant Hernandez senses her exhaustion and in his patronizing manner begins his endgame.
How come you're making yourself suffer like this?
I'm not making myself suffer. I'm not suffering.
The only time that you will be wrestled, and I can tell you right now, you tell me what happened out there, and I can assure you that nobody else will.
I don't know what happened. To tell you the truth, I don't know what happened. I don't know really what happened. Everything is such a mess.
Well, think about it, Sandy.
I thought about it over and over and over and over in my head, and over and over and over and over. And I don't know. I can remember somebody, in my mind, I can remember somebody who said this to me. I can remember crying and crying and crying, and I can remember saying, oh, they told me we shot us. I can remember saying that, and then before I know, like, oh, you see two people? Oh, they were coming. Where were you at? I was outside. Did you see them run? Yeah. I wasn't telling you all lies because somebody didn't tell me.
Well, they told you Kennedy had been shot, or they shot Kennedy, or he shot Kennedy. Then the policeman started questioning you. The next thing it was two people. The next thing it was a woman in a white and black polka dot dress. And before you know it, there you are. Sure, I can see where you got messed up.
Yeah, but look what's happened. You think this whole thing has got out of proportion.
Well, we're going to stop it right now. We're going to stop it right now, and I'm going to go see if we can get a stenographer to come up and take a statement and stop it right now.
Hernandez finally gets his way. After over an hour of agonizing confrontation, he leads Serrano through a series of questions where she ultimately agrees to having been, quote, messed up. At the time Kennedy was murdered, Robert Houghton was chief of detectives for the Los Angeles police. It was under his direction that Special Unit Senator would be formed to investigate the crime. Special Unit Senator was also the title of Houghton's 1971 book, written to explain to the American people what really happened in the Robert Kennedy killing. Under the safe cover of official secrecy, Chief of Detectives Houghton would be able to quote with satisfaction from Sandra Serrano's recantation, never having to mention all that preceded it. Special Unit Senator closed the vexing case of the polka dot dress girl, says Houghton proudly in his book. In police work, for lack of a better word, we say a witness was contaminated.
This was obviously an open and shut case right from the beginning with all of the witnesses and the physical evidence. And I don't think it probably could have been handled in any better fashion than it really was.
Reporter Ted Chirac first recorded the complaints of the owners of the gun shop where Sirhan bought his ammunition, Ben and Donna Herrick.
I gave a statement to the FBI and the Los Angeles Police Department that Sirhan and two others had been in here about 6 weeks before. So they asked for some .357 armor-piercing tank ammo. We didn't have it for sale.
That's right. And they didn't even want her to testify because she wouldn't change her story.
Their former clerk, Larry Arnott, who actually made the sale, was impeached when he testified that Sirhan was with two other men.
Like the Arnott testimony, asking him if he sold the ammunition, and he said yes, and then they said he failed a lie detector test, and they have him identify the sales slip. And the sales slip definitely proves the fact that he was telling the truth, and they say the lie detector says he said he was telling a lie and then throwing him off the witness stand, you know, like it just discredited the man's testimony and made a fool out of him. And for no reason, because he was a prosecution witness to begin with. And it was the prosecution that did it to him, you know, and I don't like the smell of it.
I said that when we first started this investigation, you were a little girl at the time, but I said that we've interviewed 4,000 people, and we've done it because someday somebody, for purposes best known to themselves, regardless of the evidence, is going to try to prove that Sirhan didn't do it, that this was a conspiracy, that this is some big mysterious plan that, in spite of all the investigation, we haven't been able to uncover. We knew it would happen.
I was very unhappy with my encounter with the police department when I went down to the administration building. I was very much struck by their desire to fabricate a story and by their effort to strong-arm me mentally into stating that there were things that I did not agree with.
Some people who are interested in undermining confidence in the government of the United States, subversive people, will say this is some kind of a plot and so forth. And we anticipated all of this in advance.
If there's anything more to this.
I want the world to see the Arab suffering and to see that American policy has helped that suffering. Why, I say, don't you remember all of this? Why don't you remember clearly?
Maybe I am. Maybe I don't know it. And I'm not trying to tell you anything. It's no, but really, I can't explain it.
You know, a number of other people were shot too, were wounded, you know that, don't you?
What did they do to me that they had to be hurt?
I think that you had this pretty blind rage, anger, resentment. I mean, to you, at that time, Kennedy was really the biggest bastard in the world. He was the biggest son of a bitch.
Pollock here seems not to understand that he has asked the key question. If Sirhan murdered Robert Kennedy to make a political gesture on behalf of the dispossessed Palestinian Arabs, why doesn't he remember? And why such remorse? My own conscience doesn't agree with what I did, Sirhan says sadly. In what way? Pollock asks, taken aback. It's against my upbringing, says Sirhan. My childhood, family, church, prayers, the Bible and all this, sir. Sirhan, as many people don't know, was a Christian. Now returning to the quote. And here I go and splatter this guy's brains. It's just not me. It's just not me.
My own conscience doesn't agree with me with what I did.
Your own conscience?
My own conscience doesn't.
In what way?
It's against my upbringing, my very nature, sir. My childhood, you know, my family, the church, and prayers, Bibles, and all this. That was not killing me, no. And here I go and splatter this guy's brains. It's just not me.
If we accept for the moment the possibility that Sirhan was a remote control assassin, the question then arises as to who could have programmed him. Suspicion has fallen in recent years on a small group of West Coast doctors who were active in secret CIA mind control experiments. The most flamboyant of these was the late Dr. William Bryan. Again, Dr. Philip Melanson.
William Bryan was, by his own admission, one of the primary researchers for the government in brainwashing, in hypnoprogramming, and in a variety of things. He was an out-of-control, super hypno character who exploited women through his hypnosis practice and was temporarily disbarred as a result. He bragged about his work for the government, said he was the czar of brainwashing, and he was also involved with the man I call Reasoner and with another man, all of whom worked together in Southern and Northern California, all of whom worked for the government, and my belief is that two of them, if not three of them, had something to do with Sirhan's programming.
William Bryan was a rather large man, weighing 386 pounds. He has been variously referred to as the most brilliant man in the field of hypnotism and as a, quote, misguided genius. His private practice involved sex therapy, and by his own admission, he frequently had sex with his female patients. Did William Bryan believe that a subject could be programmed to perform acts that were out of character? Let's listen.
You have to have the person locked up physically, and there is also the use of long-term hypnotic suggestion, probably drugs, whatever, and so on. Under these situations where you have all this going for you, yes, you can brainwash a person to do just about anything.
Did William Bryan have anything at all to do with Robert Kennedy's accused killer? Well, in the year before his death in 1976, Bryan reportedly bragged to two prostitutes who serviced him regularly that he had, in fact, hypnotized Sirhan. Bryan also liked to brag about his most crowning achievement, the deprogramming of Albert DeSalvo, the Boston Strangler. In Sirhan's notebook, that strange document with page after page of almost indecipherable trance-induced scribbling, there appears the entry, God help me, please help me. Salvo, di salvo, dies salvo. It's a curious notation to be sure, but is it possible that while working upon Sirhan, the programmer couldn't help talking about his favorite subject? And that this entry, by way of the captured mind of Sirhan, is really the palm print of Dr. William Bryan? If we take Sirhan's words, "It's just not me," at face value, then who was it? What bad dream befell this young man?
It's my handwriting. They are my thoughts, but I don't remember them. They are the writings of a maniac. They're not the writings of me now.
In the spring of 1992, a petition was brought before the Los Angeles County Grand Jury requesting the appointment of a special prosecutor to investigate the Los Angeles Police Department for willful and corrupt misconduct in its investigation of the murder of Robert Kennedy. This request was signed by over 50 notables, including Arthur Schlesinger Jr., Frank Mankiewicz, Norman Mailer, Sam Dash, Cesar Chavez, and Oliver Stone. It was accompanied by 800 pages of exhibits documenting the LAPD's destruction of evidence, falsification of evidence, and coercion of witnesses. Whether this request will ever be adequately acted upon is uncertain. It is, though, a near certainty that those who conspired to murder Robert Kennedy will never be apprehended or brought to justice. On the other hand, historians a century from now will not have to examine these events through the filter of political expedience. They will see a conspiratorial mosaic, incomplete but unmistakable.
I think it's possible to brainwash, manipulate, coerce people to do just about anything. And we see this demonstrated in military training or in the kind of conditioning that people go through when they get involved in cults. And they do things that are certainly way outside of the normal parameters of what they would consider moral.
Nowhere was this more evident than in the small South American country of Guyana in the winter of 1978. The place was called Jonestown. On the surface, it appeared to be a gathering of ethnically diverse families assembled by the Reverend Jim Jones to live their dream of a racially harmonious society.
This reporter spoke to many Jonestown people. They all insisted that it was a peaceful and productive place in which to live.
Are you happy here?
Oh, I should say I am. I've never been any happier in my life.
Despite the outward appearance of normality, reports of sexual abuse, torture, and members being held against their will filtered back to the United States. San Francisco Congressman Leo Ryan flew to Guyana to investigate the allegations.
I'm very glad to be here. This is a congressional inquiry, and I think that all of you know that I'm here to find out more about questions that have been raised about your operation here. But I can tell you right now that from the few conversations I've had with some of the folks here already this evening, that whatever the comments are, there are some people here who believe that this is the best thing that ever happened to them in their whole life.
The events of the following day would shock the world.
Love is the only weapon.
Some 20 years later, Jonestown still raises as many questions as it does answers. Was it a mass suicide or a mass murder? Was it a mind control experiment gone awry? Was the CIA somehow involved? While still a teenager, Jones established a pulpit on the street corners of Richmond, Indiana, where he sold monkeys door to door in order to fund his activities. There he came to know a juvenile police officer named Dan Matron. whose improbable path Jones would cross and recross in the years ahead. By the late 1950s, Jones had married his high school sweetheart, Marceline, and established an interracial church based in Indianapolis. He called it the People's Temple. At first, the church prospered, but Jones had a secret life. Matrone left Richmond and joined a sometime CIA cover at the State Department. Coincidentally or not, Jones suddenly became of deep interest to the most clandestine department of the agency, whose activities included mind control experiments, attempts to assassinate Fidel Castro, and operations to infiltrate and disrupt black organizations. For reasons that the CIA has always refused to explain, they opened a secret file in Jones' name. Suddenly, Jones abandoned his church, and armed with 2 passports, the young charismatic preacher traveled to a series of political hotspots: Mexico, Cuba, Guyana, and Brazil. Though he spoke no Portuguese, in 1962, Jones moved to Belo Horizonte, a small town in Brazil. With no apparent means of support, he rented an expensive house and began to make in-depth studies into voodoo, faith healing, mass conversion, and ESP, a key investigative element of the CIA's mind control program. But Jones was not the only person there from Richmond, Indiana. He later bragged of visits to his neighbor, Dan Matrone. The former police chief was now working for a sometime CIA cover at the U.S. consulate, training Brazilian police in the subtleties of hostile interrogation. Jones was also contacted by another key member of American intelligence at that time, John Lodison, who'd been kicked out of the Soviet Union for spying. In Brazil, he met with Jones for reasons that the CIA still refuses to explain. But Jones' stay in Brazil did not last. He left the country soon after a newspaper article appeared claiming he was a CIA agent. Returning to the USA, Jones moved the People's Temple to Northern California, where its membership grew rapidly.
Jones flourished in San Francisco's cult-worshipping atmosphere. Membership in his People's Temple swelled to nearly 20,000 as his reputation grew, and he started food kitchens and daycare centers. He particularly targeted minorities. Believing that the ends justified the means, he put on fake displays of healing and said that he was the reincarnation of Jesus Christ.
What's your snide on every dollar? You asked and begged and pleaded for help with your suffering, and he never gave you any food. He never provided a bed. He never gave you a home. But I, the socialist worker, gave you all those things. Stop sick. And you won't die if you trust me. You will die if you stand up. You will die if you jump up and down. Because I'm freedom. I'm peace. I'm justice. I'm equality. I am God.
Using classic brainwashing techniques, he bound his followers to him so that they willingly gave him whatever property and money they had.
I can't imagine some tribes who are the most discriminated against perhaps of any group. I really don't feel comfortable with our worship being photographed. I really don't. I must go against the entire council. I don't feel good about it. They can photograph me all they choose, because I do not care. I'm fearless. I come unafraid of anything, but I don't want the cameras focusing on others. I don't want them. Focus on me all you want. I owe something to my people, and that's to be a good pastor, and that I am. The best I am.
His services were dazzling affairs, with soul and gospel singers, dance groups, and celebrity preachers like black revolutionary Angela Davis. The size of his congregation gave him a political power base. During the 1976 presidential election campaign, he allegedly provided support for the Democrats and met the presidential candidate's wife. Local politicians sought his support, and he became a member of the city's housing commission.
people from all walks of life were just fascinated by Jim Jones. I mean, I remember going to a testimonial dinner. Who was there at the dinner? You got Angela Davis, the communist, and you have Walter Heady, the chairman of the John Birch Society. And then you had the lieutenant governor of the state of California, you had the mayor, you had the DA, you had the chief of police, you had the supervisors, you had businessmen. They were all there at this meeting, and I thought, Jim, you got your act
He'd
together.
bring all of these people in, and he himself would come in the midst of a smaller a retinue of aides. They'd shoo him to the front of the room, put him on the center of the chair, and basically sort of guard him the whole time. Guys in dark glasses, black suits. The whole thing, it was very unusual.
Jonestown was in its 4th year when Jones arrived in 1977. Conditions had never been easy, but when he took over, the agricultural mission became a labor camp.
Well, Jim had armed guards. I mean, young men and women who were told that they needed to watch everybody, and it kept you working hard. We headed out to the fields, and you vied to go really far out, actually, because you couldn't hear Jim over the loudspeakers.
Jonestown was wired with loudspeakers, and Jim spoke 24 hours a day on it. When he wasn't speaking, the tapes that they'd made of him speaking played on and on.
And Jim would make these announcements, and he'd say, I'm sending out some children and some of my aides and other people you won't know who they are to pretend they want to leave. And it's a test. It's a loyalty test. And if anyone comes to you, you're to report them.
You didn't know who it would be, so you just never put the place down, and how much you enjoyed it there, how much you loved the place, and how great he was, and how Father was so nice, and you had to call him Father. You just never said anything bad about the place, because if you did, you would be coming up there that night.
They also told of full-scale rehearsals for mass suicide in the jungle.
I'll talk to psychiatrists, whatever, but I believe I was brainwashed.
But we do understand that it's extremely difficult for anyone to comprehend people being in a cult group, standing by, watching their daughter being beat 75 times as I did, watching children being beat, microphones held to their mouth while they're screaming so that everyone throughout the building that are not in a public meeting can hear them scream also. Going through electric shock treatment where they're screaming. It's incredibly difficult for anyone to believe a story like this.
There are SWAT teams consisting of 50 young men and women dressed in khaki. There's 2 teams of 25 each that are armed with 200 to 300 guns, and that they patrol all day and all night the whole encampment, and that Jim Jones has stated publicly that nobody better try to escape from here because you will be shot.
The methods that Jim Jones used in his cult, the People's Temple, are definitely classical mind control techniques. And according to a book by Michael Myers, which is called Was Jonestown a CIA Medical Experiment, his documentation leads him to conclude that actually Jonestown was run by the CIA. Prior to being Jonestown in the deep jungles of British Guiana, that site was actually under control of what was called the Shalom Project. This was a CIA program for training black mercenaries for warfare in Angola.
I'd gone through a false mass suicide. I went through one talk, and I went through one where he actually took a drink, and we were told we had an hour to live so that Jones could find out how people would react psychologically.
Turning Jonestown's children against his own enemies was standard practice for Jim Jones, and it delighted him.
I like to kill Greystone and Tim Stone. I'll go back and do it right now.
I think that I should take a knife and cut Mr. Tupper all up real good and put poison in him and invite all my relatives over there and have them eat him, and then I'll done.
It was terror. It was living terror living inside Jonestown.
Deborah Layton had escaped Jonestown a few months earlier with bizarre tales of mind control, armed guards, and suicide rehearsals. They are recounted in her new book, Seductive Poison.
The suicide drills were the most frightening and disturbing things there, that we would be awakened from the middle of a dreamless sleep to Jim's voice screaming over the loudspeaker that we were going to die, that we had to come to the pavilion, that mercenaries were coming in to kill us.
She put her concerns in a sworn affidavit to the U.S. State Department months before Congressman Ryan's trip. Congressman Ryan and the journalists arrived in Guyana on Tuesday, November 14th, 1978.
Well, he was such a kind man, so compassionate, didn't get excited about nothing. Oh, it'll be okay. It'll be fine. Just take it easy. It'll be fine. That's just the way he was. Mm-hmm.
For some time, Ryan had been a thorn in the side of the CIA. He had recently pushed through congressional legislation that curtailed the agency's covert foreign activities. As Ryan prepared for a first-hand look at Jonestown, he was joined by a State Department agent, Richard Dwyer. What he didn't know was that Dwyer was working undercover.
A man named Dwyer was the head of the CIA here. I mean, the CIA had a presence here. It was an unrevealed presence at the time.
I had a premonition about the trip. There was something that just made me feel a great deal of uncertainty.
In 1978, Jackie Spear was the legal aid to San Francisco area Congressman Leo Ryan. They were about to embark on a fact-finding trip to look into reports of abuse and brainwashing at the remote jungle compound known as Jonestown.
I always kind of shake my head in disbelief when they refer to it as a suicide. Those people were not in control of their minds. They had been brainwashed.
The next day, 20 temple members decided they wanted to leave. In a haze of drugs, Jones' world began to fall apart.
Jones reacted angrily when shown a note from a cult member asking the party for help to get away.
Someone came and passed me this note.
Well, that's who we're talking about. He wants to leave his son here. If Jonestown's such a bad place, why does he want to leave his son here? He's the one that I'm just talking about. Yeah, this is the man that wants to leave his son here. People play games, friend. They lie. What can I do about liars? Are you people going to leave us? I just beg you, please leave us. Bill, we will bother nobody. Anybody wants to get out of here can get out of here. We have no problem about getting out of here. They come and go all the time. I don't know what kind of game. People like publicity. Some people do. I don't.
But he said goodbye, apparently calmly. Then he whispered to one of his lieutenants. As the party reached the airport, a man with a knife tried to stab Ryan. The congressman described the attack.
Yeah, he said something about rob and choke and kill and or knife. I don't know. But what he said was he intended to kill him.
The party had now been joined by about 30 cult members who wanted to get away, and the enlarged party walked out towards the aircraft. Congressman Ryan went over to shake the pilot's hand. As the party waited, a tractor and trailer appeared in the background. Hidden men opened fire. Congressman Ryan, 2 reporters, and an NBC cameraman were killed. Several other journalists and defectors were injured.
One man who was not executed at the airstrip was Richard Dwyer, the undercover CIA man from the American Embassy, seen here peeling off from Ryan's party seconds before the tractor arrives. Where Dwyer was in the next few hours is key to one of the mysteries that still lies at the heart of the Jonestown tragedy. Having dealt with Congressman Ryan, Jones now turned his insanity on the temple's faithful.
At this point in time, Jonestown had become surreal. Almost everything that was going on seemed surreal to me. I mean, by this time, I pretty much figured out this guy was mad. But he said, I've never seen or felt Jonestown so peaceful or quiet. And I remember getting a chill just course through my body because Jonestown had never been in more agony, had never been so less together.
From his seat in the pavilion, Jones recorded the last desperate hour of the People's Temple. In front of him, more than 900 of his followers, who were surrounded by guards holding rifles and crossbows. For all but a few, there was no escape. Subsequent medical examinations revealed that many of the dead had been murdered, held down, and injected with cyanide. Jones himself was one of the last to die. A single gunshot to the head sometime around midnight. His killer has never been known. At 3:30 in the morning, when everyone was dead and several hours before anyone arrived, a radio message was sent from Jonestown using a secret CIA channel reporting what it described as a mass suicide. This was the message that shaped our view of Jonestown for years to come, even though the best medical evidence suggests that most of those who died had been murdered. The question then becomes who sent that message. The only functioning radio in the area belonged to the local American intelligence officer, Richard Dwyer. Though he always denied going back to Jonestown that night, the last tape tells a very different story.
Take Dwyer on down to the East House. Get Dwyer out of here before something happens to him. Dwyer? I'm not talking about you, Dwyer. I said Dwyer.
Though more than 900 Americans had died, Richard Dwyer and other U.S. Embassy officials would later receive medals and promotions. A multi-million-dollar lawsuit was subsequently filed by Congressman Ryan's daughter and the relatives of those who died. The suit described the deaths as a massacre and alleged that Jones was an agent or operative of the Central Intelligence Agency. It was dismissed on a technicality and never tried.
Here's more from Bob Jimenez in Guyana.
Recovery teams have been removing the dead from Jonestown since Wednesday. Today, as the recovery operation neared what appeared to be the end, the miscalculation was realized. There were not 400 bodies as first thought, but nearly twice that number. Some were found alongside a temple where recovery teams were just starting to work. Air Force Captain John Muscatelli talked to reporters.
The original count of persons found dead at the Jonestown site has been found to be seriously in error. It now appears there may be as many as 780 bodies total found at the site. They were found simply buried under other bodies. There were larger adults that were grouped together, and under their bodies were found the bodies of smaller adults and children.
But the medical team were not the only people in Jonestown that day. During the immediate aftermath, Jeff Braley was approached by a man in civilian clothes who asked him to guard a large box of documents.
And he said, "I'm from the U.S. Embassy. If anybody tries to take this box away from me, shoot them." And I said, "You got to be out of your mind. I'm not going to shoot anybody." And he told me that the box was full of sensitive documents and he needed to get those to the U.S. Embassy. I think he probably was CIA.
The documents then disappeared into the CIA, and their contents remain secret to this day. 20 years later, the CIA continues to deny any interest in the People's Temple. They claim that their own file on Jones is empty. But new evidence reveals startling connections between Jones and members of the U.S. intelligence community.
It began with a visit to Guyana by Congressman Leo Ryan, some of his staff, and members of the press. He was later killed, along with 4 other Americans, including Don Harris and Robert Brown of NBC News. After the killings, the Guyanese authorities impounded the first tapes and notes made by the NBC crew.
I had appeared on a public television several months ago with a group of black professionals, mostly psychologists and doctors. They invited me to appear today to provide information that they thought might be that I might be able to help with this forum today, with their research. I appeared in Washington in February before the International Relations Committee, and made some statements and some charges and documentation, which resulted in the Foreign Affairs Committee, or International Relations Committee, which they call it today. They voted to ask the House Select Committee on Intelligence to investigate my charges, and they are currently investigating those charges by the House Select Committee on Intelligence.
Can you tell us what the charges are?
Well, the charges basically amounted to CIA contact with both the Burnham government there and with the People's Temple. That originally, it was my belief at the time I went to Washington that the purpose of our involvement there was to support the government of Burnham for commercial reasons, and they used the People's Temple almost as enforcers to help support an unpopular government there to keep control of the government of Guyana. We knew that there had been an article in the San Mateo Times in December of '79 which indicated that the Deputy Chief of Mission there, Richard Dwyer, was in fact the CIA station chief. He was the one that went to Jonestown with Leo's party, and he claimed to be slightly wounded, but there was a tape made at the time of the murders and suicides there with Jones yelling, "Get Dwyer out of here, get Dwyer out of here." And the indications are that it was Dwyer who went back into Jonestown after Leo was murdered and was there at the time. And there's great questions just who shot Jim Jones and why, whether Jones was shot to shut him up. The question also as to how all these people died and just when they died, which is all documented here. But soon I came back from Washington, because of my testimony, I started getting documentation from a Berkeley psychologist called the Penal Colony here, and from the Alliance for Preservation of Religious Liberty in Washington, which indicated other things, one of which was that George Philip Blakey was a top Jones aide. And he was the man who arranged the purchase or the lease of the land in Guyana, provided the money and arranged the lease down there in 1974. He also is tracked now as being a CIA operative in Angola in 1975 with UNITA. He's also the same guy who was the top aide who arranged all this purchase and the finances, is also the husband of Deborah Layton Blakey, who fled Jonestown and made those charges. He's a brother-in-law of Larry Layton, who was acquitted yesterday. And it's interesting to note the Peninsula Times Tribune says yesterday the jury appeared, in acquitting Layton, the jury appeared to have agreed with the defense contention that Layton was brainwashed and drugged at the time of the shootings, could not be held criminally responsible. But the gist of what I'm getting to is this. I've received a lot of documentation, which I will provide you here today, that indicates the strong possibility that Jonestown and the People's Temple was in reality a mass mind control experiment conducted by the CIA as a follow-up to something called MK Ultra, which they conducted from the early 50s through 1974. They used to use the VA hospital and state hospitals. They used the federal and state penitentiaries for their experiments.
Do you think that Jim Jones was actively involved with the CIA?
I do now.
Do you have any conclusions as to how the people died in Jonestown?
Yes, I have part of our documentation here is a report from, which is attached here. The chief medical examiner in Guyana is a Dr. Leslie Moto. He reported, and this is attached here, his opinion that more than 700 of those bodies found at Jonestown were not suicide victims but were murdered. He based this on the injection marks in the upper arm. Page 4 of my statement here.
By injection, they said?
Yes, and by gunfire. There were a lot more people killed by gunfire than they've ever admitted so far. We have heard reports that there were 50 of them, approximately 50 men with guns ringing around there, so people couldn't get out, and very few of them did get out. So it's according to the chief medical officer in Guyana, most of the people down there were murdered rather than suicide.
Who is suppressing all of this? Are you implying the CIA was active in the suppression?
Yes, I'm suggesting to you that a lot of things that don't make sense here. I'm suggesting that the long delay in anyone getting in, or the press getting in there, or very many people all getting in there for several days, was caused by a deliberate attempt to manufacture the story, which has now been accepted and sold successfully to the American people.
And what is that story that you think the people are falsely accepting? that, in effect, this was a large group of disillusioned or rather disoriented black people who went down to Guyana and who turned their backs on this country and committed suicide, and we might as well we're get rid of them, and it's just an aberration type of thing. I think that's the story that's been peddled. When you see the documentation here, you'll begin to wonder yourselves why the first reports were 350 people died or 400 people died, and for several days that was reported, and then they started finding more bodies. When the first reports were that 500 fled in the jungle, the people examined the bodies the first time and counted them by name, by types of people, men, women, and children, turned them over. Then a few days later, they claimed to have found 2 and 3 stacks of bodies underneath those. You know, it boggles the mind, the stories that were passed out, but they apparently have gotten away with, I think, with one of the greatest fabrications of recent years.
What significance do you attach to the fact that the leadership of the temple was largely white and the membership of the temple was largely black?
I mentioned that, and in here, I think that that's part and parcel of the whole thing. I think that this is what caused me very suspicious about this whole experiment, about the possibilities here. The cadre was all white, and yet we think of Jonestown as a bunch of black people who were committed suicide without mentioning that white cadre, and that doesn't quite add up. I think there are racist overtones to the whole thing.
What kind of racist overtones? What are you exactly alleging?
I'm alleging that the media picture that was printed, it was painted rather, and then came out in print and so on, was that you don't have to worry about these people because they're crazy, they'll do anything, and they're not like us. It's my impression at this time that they were conducting some sort of mind control experiments. For example, they had a very modern hospital down there which they bragged about. So modern that in that population they had medical checkups for everyone every day. So there's no need for that unless you're conducting experiments where you're having control groups and you're giving people, and they're giving their vitamins every day. And it's my guess that they were just using them as guinea pigs to see what they could do under isolated circumstances. They'd take them off into a jungle someplace, far away from everybody. They get them there somehow, and then they're able to see how these various drugs work on different groups.
Could you tell us about the details of the murders in Guyana, exactly how they were killed, please?
Well, Dr. Mutu, the pathologist at the site in Jonestown, said that 70 to 80% of the bodies had a fresh needle mark in the back of the left shoulder blade at a point they could not have reached themselves, and that the body showed evidence of having been forced to take the shots. And the official coroner's verdict for Matthews Ridge by the Guyanese judge and jury that looked into the situation was that all the people had been murdered, that not one had been a suicide. Mutu found evidence of gunshot wounds and strangulation in many of the other bodies. I studied about 150 pictures in which I could see gunshot wounds. There's no way that cyanide pathology explains the condition of those bodies all face down, and you could see drag marks, and the body count went up because the area was surrounded by 350 Guyanese troops, about 200 British Black Watch troops, which are the equivalent of their Green Beret on maneuvers at Matthews Ridge in those days, and American Green Berets that came in with the body cleanup teams that spent the period of the 5 days murdering people, rounding them up in the jungle. The original reports were all 408 dead, and then 700 flee into the woods. And the military said, first, the Guyanese can't count. Second, that it was bodies on top of bodies, though how you start with 408 and end up with 915 and say that the 400 covered the 500 makes no sense. They said bodies in little piles. They even said at the end, after they'd been there for 6 days, that they forgot to go around to the back of the pavilion and there were 500 bodies back there. I mean, this was the final official explanation, but these people were being killed. Yes, smaller in this room.
There's an old junkie from Detroit who was a survivor of Jonestown. The guy said he hid under the...
Odell Rhodes?
Maybe his name. What happened to him? Where is he now?
I don't know where all the survivors are. Many of them survived because they cooperated with the plan and were meant to survive. That's the case with the basketball team and other people.
They were off somewhere.
Well, they eventually got to Georgetown and eventually came back to the United States. Some of them were out on a ship. The ones that were on the boat with Blakey went to Trinidad. Then they went to Panama and emptied a $5 million bank account in Credit Suisse. And then they went to Grenada. They set up shop in Grenada, I believe in the mental hospital there, with Dr. Bourne and his father, who worked in primate research with MKUltra. And Bourne set up all the methadone programs in the United States for the Rockefellers. And I think they were experimenting on the mental patients because that's the only building bombed in the invasion of Grenada. And there's 180 people in the inmates in the psychiatric institution murdered, dumped into a mass grave, and then the U.S. was going to send $400 million to rebuild the hospital. They were going to make it a better unit to experiment on people after they got the right government in.
Early on, a cocaine smuggling operation, because I believe
there were drugs and guns being smuggled in and out, and there were relations of mercenaries. Some of these killers that were taken in and out of Angola, the CIA-backed UNITA forces by Blakey, Iran mercenaries, and they did run guns and drugs, but the operation was primarily an extension of MKUltra. People were taken off the streets here in San Francisco, out of the welfare rolls, from the elderly homes, from the psychiatric institutions, from the prisons. Children were given as wards of the court and turned over into their control. They put them in buses. They took them to Miami, and I talked to an air traffic controller when they landed in Guyana. All of the blacks were bound and gagged coming off of the plane. People 5 miles away didn't even know there were blacks at Jonestown. All they had ever seen of People's Temple were the white crew that was running it, going in and out of the cities. They were buying Guyanese babies from women wherever they could give a blanket or something for a baby and taking them back in there. And there was massive experimentation. There were enough drugs on site to drug the population of Georgetown, Guyana, over 120,000 for more than a year, for a population of 1,200 people in this camp. And Dr. Schacht, who I believe survived, he's not in the first death list. He's added to the second. I think he's related to Hjalmar Schacht, the Mike Reich's Minister of Finance, who developed the phrase "Arbeit macht frei," work makes you free at the Auschwitz camp. And they came to Houston. That's where the Schacht family ended up. They were the big bankers for Hitler. And this guy's from Houston, and he was not a doctor. He was described as doing, suturing on wounds without anesthesia and all kind of sadistic things. And they had medical tags. You can see even in Time magazine, medical tags on the people. But an order came down from Zbigniew Brzezinski through Hague to Robert Pastor on site to strip bodies of all identification and tags. Then the bodies are left in the sun to rot so that no fingerprints, no identification can be done from the tags, and no autopsy can be done, fluid or otherwise, by the time they get back to the United States. So you can never find out what killed them or how many drugs they had in the body. They had one footlocker there with 11,000 doses of Thorazine. And the drugs that are described are the exact drugs that were used for 30 years in MKUltra in the different control scenarios.
With a past that littered with so many shattered lives and a trail of mental torture, the challenge of the new millennium will be learning how to best protect ourselves from mind control.
Somehow, the average citizen thinks that his or her mind could never be manipulated. And yet every day we're manipulated by each other. We're manipulated by advertising. 1,000 things impact and manipulate us in different ways.
We're bombarded with messages from the media, the radio, the television, and from newspapers that shape our perceptions of the world.
This relentless yet subtle conditioning can develop without you even knowing it.
Watching television is a trance-like experience. You forget about the carpet, the curtains, and that you're sitting in a room, and you engage your experience directly into the television screen, so that whatever happens on the screen seems really real. You suspend belief in reality. If you don't take responsibility for what goes into your mind, somebody else will. Cult leaders, politicians, advertisers will all seek to implant their message in your mind, whether it's for your good or not.
The greatest battle of the 21st century will be a battle of the mind. And there are people who have power, who want more power, and they do not want the public to know about mind control, its existence, or how it's implemented.
There is a body of information being used by government to control the way people think and act, and experiments are systematically designed to increase government's knowledge about that. This is the most threatening part of being a citizen in a democracy. When your government can manipulate how you vote and how you think, you no longer live in a democracy.
What advertising has always wanted to do is not simply to suffuse the atmosphere, but to become the atmosphere. It wants us not to be able to find a way outside of the world that it creates for us.
It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. What truth? That you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste or touch. A prison for your mind.
But, you know, that goes straight back in American history. You read the working class press in the mid-19th century, you know, press published by artisans and what were called factory girls, young women from the farms working in the textile mills in eastern Massachusetts, which was the center of beginning of the Industrial Revolution. Their press was calling for, they said their theme was that those who work in the mills ought to own them. Wage labor, which was called wage slavery, was regarded by most Americans as not very different from slavery. Even the Republican Party regarded wage labor as just at best a preliminary to free labor, but intolerable because it's a kind of servitude. A large part of the northern population fighting the Civil War was fighting under that banner.
Last fall, while some people went shopping for new sweaters, the people of Peterborough went shopping for a new energy company.
Deregulation is giving the people the ability to choose.
I think that the town made a really good choice.
With Enron, we've seen energy rates cut between 15 and 18%.
You don't even know that there's a difference until you get your bill.
Nobody likes a monopoly, particularly in a place where the state motto is live free or die.
You can choose your neighbors, and soon you may choose your energy company. Enron.
I know I need to listen.
No one has imported the techniques and philosophy of market research into politics more successfully than Frank Luntz. His clients have been some of the most prominent Republican politicians of the last decade. There was the mayoral campaign for Rudolph Giuliani in 1993, his work for Silvio Berlusconi in Italy, and especially his collaboration with Newt Gingrich on the famous Contract with America, the document that ushered in the Republican Revolution in Congress.
If an electricity company stood up and said, we want to do it for your benefit, we want to do it for our benefit, we want to do it for everyone's benefit, and so we have a better approach.
Tonight, Luntz's client is not a candidate, but a Florida utility wanting to build public support for a change in how it's regulated on the environment.
I know that the public is very down on corporate America in general, and they're down on power companies. So what is the language? What is the information? What are the facts? What are the figures that would get Americans to say, you know what, my electricity company, it's okay?
On one hand, you have wind, which has no fossil fuels associated with it.
To get at his subjects' gut feelings, Luntz has them register their moment-by-moment responses to a speech by a power company executive.
Climbing, changing fuels.
But watching Luntz work, I couldn't help wondering, do the words he's found help the public see the issue more clearly, or do they disguise it? Is Luntz listening to us so his clients can give us what we want, or so he can figure out how to make us want what they have to sell?
The words work. The words apply to the policy. This is how we're going to sell it. And I'll be able to walk to this electricity company on Monday and be able to say to them, your policy makes sense, and here's the language to explain it. That was the eureka moment when I watched people nod their heads. I watched them look to each other, and they were willing at this point to fight for this position. You're replacing the bad with the good. It's almost like in with
This is a guy who is merchandising ideas and merchandising a movement and merchandising a political party. And in many instances, the words that he says are the ones that resonate, are ones that obscure to some extent the issue.
Take the so-called death tax. When it was called the estate tax, most people supported it. But Luntz managed to turn public opinion against it simply by giving it an emotionally loaded new name.
For years, political people and lawyers, who, by the way, are the worst communicators, used the phrase estate tax. And for years, they couldn't eliminate it, but the public wouldn't support it because the word estate sounds wealthy. Someone like me comes around and realizes that it's not an estate tax, it's a death tax, because you're taxed at death. And suddenly something that isn't viable achieves the support of 75% of the American people. It's the same tax, but nobody really knows what an estate is. But they certainly know what it means to be taxed when you die. I'd argue that is a clarification. That's not an obfuscation.
Luntz has admonished Republican politicians to talk about tax relief instead of tax cuts, and to replace the war in Iraq with the war on terror. He once told his party to speak of climate change, not global warming.
What is the difference? It is climate change. Some people call it global warming, some people call it climate change. What is the difference?
It apparently made enough difference to Republicans that they began to use climate change almost exclusively.
Cause climate change.
The President's Global Climate Change Initiative.
Climate change research.
And we must address the issue of global climate change.
You should look at public opinion polls for the same reason that they are taken. Why do we have so many public opinion polls in the United States? They're mostly business initiated. The propaganda institutions like the PR industry, they want to keep their finger on the public pulse. They got to know how to design the propaganda. So they want to know what people are thinking. So, in fact, if you want to find out, you can find out too. And you can find out how these opinions are changed.
The most effective kind of propaganda was defined as the kind where the subject moves in the direction you desire for reasons which he believes to be his own.
What really matters is the fact that the major institutions in the society are under totalitarian control. After all, what's a corporation? A corporation is just a tyrannical system, one of the most tyrannical systems that humans have ever devised. They've been given extraordinary rights by the courts, not by legislation, early in this century. They're, like the multilateral agreement would give them actually the rights of states. They're basically unaccountable to the public. When they've been given the rights of persons, that means, for example, they have the right to propagandize. So, like, they've been given the rights of free speech, which is insane. These are collectivist institutions. They've been given the right to advertise, in fact, at your expense. So you get the tax-free. So you pay for the privilege of having your minds destroyed. They own the information system. They control the information system. What are the media? Huge corporations, parts of bigger corporations. That sets the framework of discussion. The major decisions that affect what happens in the economy and social life are made behind closed doors. Very little public accountability. They have the right of freedom from search and seizure. Fourth Amendment rights means you can't know anything about what they're doing. And they have enormous power. Furthermore, it's described as free trade. It's ridiculous. These are secret institutions, so all figures have to be taken with a big grain of salt because nobody really knows. But the guesses are that by international economists that maybe 40% or so of U.S. trade is actually internal to corporations, meaning it's not trade at all. It's just moving something across a border. It's no more trade than moving from Indiana to Illinois or something like that. Happens across a border, to get cheaper labor, to avoid environmental restrictions and so on. Well, 40% is not a small number. And that's a vast underestimate because there are also complicated strategic alliances among alleged competitors. So IBM and Toshiba and Siemens and so on are working together. They're working together on design, on marketing, and so on. And in fact, it's gotten to the point where some international economists call it a new system of what they call alliance capitalism. Big networks of tyrannical institutions basically running the world. I mean, in comparison with this, the difference between, everybody voting and everybody not voting is pretty trivial.
In the Reagan administration, you really had a massive enterprise to control the public mind. In fact, when this was exposed during the Iran-Contra hearings, partially exposed, one high administration official described it as the most successful operation they carried out. He said it's the kind of operation that you carry out in enemy territory. And that expresses the attitude toward the population completely. The population is the enemy, and you've got to control enemy territory, and the way you do it is by very extensive public diplomacy, meaning propaganda.
Intelligent propaganda is not a propaganda that tells blatant lies. It's something where you try to show the good side of what you're supporting, and you don't tell about the negatives. You only tell about the positives.
First of all, let me say thanks a lot. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I don't know if you know it or not. Some of you do, some of you don't. Former head of the FBI, Los Angeles, California, retired in 1979, March. And shortly after my retirement, I was asked to investigate the Jeffrey R. McDonald case as a private investigator. He's a former Green Beret doctor who was convicted of murdering his wife and 2 children in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, February 17, 1970. It's a long story. I put in about 2,000 hours on the case. When the case first began, my investigation first began, I told Dr. McDonald that I would investigate the matter for him. He had just been convicted and was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences. I think I'm going to sneeze. I didn't make it. Okay. 3 consecutive life sentences. I told him if I found out that he was guilty, I would no longer be on the case. I would drop my investigation. Much to my surprise, from the evidence that I read, information that I developed over a period of several years, I've established beyond any question of a doubt that this man is absolutely innocent. And on October 25, 1980, I obtained a signed confession from Helena Stokely, the girl in the floppy hat, if you know the case. By the way, there was a best-selling book, Fatal Vision, and a movie out on this. And the girl in the floppy hat said that Dr. McDonald did not commit those crimes. They were committed by my satanic cult group. And it was my initiation into the cult that night. And she gave me detailed information about the movement within the house that night, who did what. And I said to her, Helena, how do I know you're telling me the truth? And so one of the questions I asked her, the whole series of questions I asked her, and this is on audio video in some instances, a video, but always on audio. She said, I said, Lena, tell me about describe the jewelry box on the dresser in the master bedroom. And she described it right to a T. And just to make sure, I went down to Sears Roebuck and got a catalog and brought it back. And I said, Helena, pick out the jewelry box in this catalog that was on the dresser. She picked out the jewelry box. It matched. Also, she told me that she attempted to ride a rocking horse in the child's bedroom that night, but she couldn't ride it because the spring was broken. The only way she could have known that spring was broken was to have been there the night of the murders, February 17, 1970. So anyway, I submitted a 1,200-plus page report, actually 1,100-plus page, almost 1,200 pages, in March of 1981 to the FBI, Judge Webster, with a personal letter. He was director of the FBI. And I said, Judge, I believe this man is innocent, and he'd run out of money, and, you know, I'd continued to work it as I usually do. And I think that the FBI should continue along the lines of my investigation. And much to my surprise, I started receiving, by the way, it also went to the FBI and to the U.S. Department of Justice, the Solicitor General's office. And much to my surprise, my witnesses, my 19 new witnesses, including Alina Stokely, started calling me and saying, hey, Ted, the FBI has interviewed me. They're trying to get me to recant. And I'm saying to myself, that isn't the responsibility of the FBI. The FBI is supposed to gather information, not destroy it. And that was my first clue that we had a serious problem in that case. And then I continued on, and I had a number of other cases that I handled privately. And in each instance, I noticed evidence was lost, destroyed, stolen. I noticed that there were strong indications of corruption. So I asked myself, now what's going on here? And over the years, I started gathering material until about 2 years ago. Up until about 2 years ago, I kept saying there's a loose-knit network operating in this country involving drugs, pedophilia, pornography, prostitution, corruption, et cetera, et cetera. 2 years ago, from my research, I'm convinced it's much more serious than that. It's more than a loose-knit network. It is a conspiracy. And you know how the news media comes after us when we use the word C, conspiracy, that C word. Well, they can come after me all they like, because I guarantee you right here and now, we do have a conspiracy, and I'm going to prove it to you here today. Now, one of the things that convinced me and really got me started in this regard, by the way, this conspiracy involves pornography, drugs, corruption, involves pedophilia, involves organized child kidnapping rings, the finders out of Washington, D.C., CIA cover, covert operation, involved in the international trafficking of children, terrorism, bank accounts, and it goes on and on. By the way, I strongly urge you to go to my booth after this lecture and get my research, my book and my research on missing children. We're going to go into that a little bit in the lecture. But my missing children lecture documents that the finders, an organization in Washington, D.C., it's CIA front. It's a covert operation. They're involved in the international trafficking of children. And I have a U.S. Customs report, official U.S. Customs report, in my book on the missing children. So I urge you to get it. It's only $10. Now, if you buy any of my products, any of my research, I beg of you, I don't want you to buy it unless you make a half a dozen copies and send it to your friends, okay? The name of the game with me is not copyright. I could care less about copyright. The name of the game is education, education, education. We need to know what's going on in this country today. So any of my research that you buy, please make copies and get them out to your friends. That's what it's all about. After one One of my lectures, here's about 2 years ago, this is why I changed my mind from and using the word loose-knit network to conspiracy. After one of my lectures, a gentleman came up and gave me a book. He said, Ted, in fact, that lecture was specifically on the McDonald case. Ted, here's what it's all about. Take this book and read it. And this is the book, folks. It's called Pawns in the Game. Now, if you don't know this book, you don't know of it, I urge you to buy it. I've been trying to buy it, but I noticed one of the vendors out here has it. And please go get the copy of this book. I forget which vendor has it. What? CPA book. Yeah. I noticed they had 3 copies. Are you with CPA book? Huh? Richard Flowers. Go get this book when it's over and order some more copies. I'm going to order some myself and start selling them in my flyer. Anyway, it's called Pawns in the Game, and it's by William Guy Carr. William Guy Carr had the same problem I did. He wanted to know what's going on in America and around the world. He was a Canadian, however, and as a result of his research, he wrote this book. So we have the Illuminati. Now, the Illuminati was established in 1776 by a fellow named Adam Weishaupt. In 1773, he was commissioned by one of the Rothschilds, House of Rothschild, to put together an organization called the Illuminati. And he culminated his work in May the 1st, 1776. If you'll notice, that's a communist holiday. And we're going to have to move along pretty fast. This is actually a 4-hour lecture I'm going to give you today. We're going to do it in probably an hour and 15, 20 minutes. But some of his goals, and the goals that he was commissioned to set up, there were 25 of them. And here they are right here. Here's the beginning of it right here. And rather than read each one of them, I'm going to summarize it, okay, because we got a lot of work to get into. Number 1 issue was men are inclined to evil rather than good. Number 2 goal and issue was to preach liberalism. Number 3, use the ideas of freedom to bring about class wars. That's what we're doing today. Number 4, any and all means should be used to reach our goals as they are justified, any and all means. Number 5, their rights lie in force. We're talking about the Illuminati rights lie in force. Number 6, the power of our resources must remain invisible until the very moment when it has gained the strength that no cunning or force can undermine it. And if you will notice, it's been very few people know about the Illuminati, so they have maintained their invisibility until most recently. Number 7, advocated mob psychology to obtain control of the masses. Number 8, use alcohol, drugs, moral corruption, and all forms of vice to systematically corrupt the youth of the nation. I mean, I don't need to document that one. How about South Central LA, CIA drug operations coming in there? How about Mena, Arkansas? Drugs coming into this country, arms and munitions going out. If you don't believe me, talk to Terry Reid, talk to Chip Tatum, talk to some of these other individuals who I know personally know. During the recent, last fall actually, drug hearings by Mr. Arlen Specter, Senator Arlen Specter, one of the big phonies of Washington, D.C., the magic bullet theorist, I watched those hearings. And I couldn't believe the mamby-pamby, weak witnesses he brought forward, people that really had no direct knowledge of the drug operation. And that hearing was about bringing drugs into South Central LA by the CIA. I sent him a list of 16 names of people who had personal, direct knowledge of drugs being brought into this country by the CIA. Never heard another word. None of those people ever appeared as witnesses. I might also mention in Oklahoma City, I sent my report, copy my report back to the committee. I sent them a fax and said I had information which would be vital to your investigation of the Oklahoma City bombing. That report, by the way, is also available to you. I urge you to buy it. Never received a response. Number 9, seize property by any means. We're seeing that on a daily basis. Farmers, businessmen, people who are arrested on nebulous charges, their property's being taken away from them. Here's an example right here. This lady right here, she lost everything. Everything. They've come out and raided her house twice, Linda. Twice, Linda. This lady had a house that she bought before her marriage. It was in her name, and they seized it. She no longer has that house. And number 10, deal with the use of slogans such as equity, liberty, fraternity into the mouths of the masses in psychological warfare. Boy, if that isn't Bill Clinton, I never saw it, never heard it before. That man is unbelievable. As former Congressman Dennemeyer describes him, he's a draft-dodging, womanizing, pathological liar, and he certainly fits into item number 10. Number 11 dealt with war, number 11 theory and goal. In 1773, Adam Weishaupt set down policies that were publicly announced in 1939, folks. 1773, publicly announced 1939 by Britain and the United States. And the war should be directed so that the nations on both sides are placed further in debt and peace conferences conducted so neither combatants obtain territorial rights. Yalta. Perfect example. Stalin, Roosevelt, Winston Churchill after World War II. Number 12, told those present that they must use their wealth to have candidates chosen to public office who would be obedient to their demands and would be used as pawns in the game by the men behind the scenes. The advisors will have been bred, reared, and trained from childhood to rule the affairs of the world. We have that today without any question, the men behind the scenes. Number 13, control the press. If you heard my lecture yesterday on Oklahoma City, I documented that the mainstream media is being controlled by the big power people, by the phony politicians, by the bureaucrats, without any question about it. Information in the media, I have an itchy nose today. Maybe I'm going to kiss a fool or something, okay? We have a documentation of that, and I have that in some of my lecture material out and also my books. Number 14, their agenteurs will come forward after fomenting traumatic situations and appear to be the saviors of the masses when they are actually interested in just the opposite, the killing of the masses. The riots in Watts, the riots in South Central LA, folks. Number 15, create industrial depression and financial panic, unemployment, hunger, shortage of food. Use this to control the masses or the mobs and use the mobs to wipe out all those who dare to stand in the way. Well, I'll tell you right now, every expert I've talked to is talking about food shortage. And it's coming, I'm convinced. And we also know about the market crashing here in October. I had a market specialist on my radio talk show, and if you don't listen to my show, I urge you to, because it's a real good, solid education for you. Just this week, George Green, he was also on my show on October the 6th. George told us on October 6th there would be a crash of the market in October. It came. Now he told us this week there will be another crash and it'll drop, he thinks, 2,000 points. We'll see what happens. I hope it isn't true. Number 15, create industrial depression and financial panics, unemployment. I've already covered that. Number 16, infiltrate into the secret Freemasonry to be used for their purposes. That's been documented many times. Number 17, expound the value of systematic deception, use high-sounding slogans and phrases, and advocate lavish promises to the masses, even though they cannot be kept. Again, Bill Clinton. George Bush was good at that, too, by the way. What's the difference between the Republicans and the Democrats high up? Nothing. Zero. You know, Mr. A, who has a booth next to mine, mysterious Mr. A, he talks about subliminal messages. If you look at the logo of the Republican Party, you know the elephant with the 3 stars across the top? Well, if you look at it today compared to 2 years ago, the stars have been inverted. The point used to be at the top 2 years ago. Now the point's at the bottom. Satanic, folks. I can't say for sure, but that's a subliminal message. inverted stars. Number 18, detailed plans for resolution discuss the art of street fighting, which is necessary to bring the population to a speedy subjection. Number 19, use their agentures as advisors behind the scenes after wars through secret diplomacy to gain control. Number 20, establish huge monopolies toward world government control. We're seeing that today, the huge monopolies. Number 21, use high taxes and unfair competition to bring about economic ruin by controlling raw materials, organize agitation among the workers, and subsidizing competitors. GATT, NAFTA. Number 22, build up armaments with police and soldiers sufficient to protect our interests. A few years ago, we had 11 federal agencies that were authorized to carry sidearms, firearms. Now we have 39. Number 23, members and leaders of the one world government would be appointed by the director. Okay, Presidential Directive 25 allows the president, by the way, this is classified, secret, not available to the general public, allows and orders that the President of the United States, in the event of a conflict or a crisis in this country, transfers his powers over to the Secretary General of the United Nations. Number 24, infiltrate into all classes and levels of society, of government, for the purpose of fooling, bemusing, and corrupting the youth members of society by teaching them theories and principles that we know to be false. This is the outcome-based education program being shoved down our throats by the United Nations. Number 25, national and international laws should be used to destroy civilization. There's talk about the world population being decreased to 500 million, the United States population being decreased to 20 million. And we look at the war that we had in the Gulf War syndrome. Look at the people that died there. There were 700,000 troops, American troops there. 4/5 of them today cannot even do a push-up because they're so ill and so sick. They've been washed out of the service. We have a new army, basically. And the story goes on and on. Okay. What are we talking about here? There's a considerable overlap in the United States from the various groups, organizations, individuals, whatever you want to call it. But one of the driving forces behind this movement, the Illuminati, is the satanic cult movement in this country today. Now, when Alina gave me that signed statement, I said, what in the world is this all about? I don't know anything about Satanism. I'd heard the word, and that's about it. From the Bible, of course. So I began my little journey forward. And one of the matters that I developed information about was an individual I learned about was Aleister Crowley. He likes to have his name pronounced Crowley to rhyme with holy. And the Satanists today, and for the number of years in the past, have basically used his philosophy and his writings as a guide. And so let's talk about some of his writings and teachings. And here we have Of the Bloody Sacrifice. And here we have The Blood is the Life. And here on page 94 of his book, it would be unwise to condemn as irrational the practice of those savages who tear the heart and liver from an adversary and devour them while yet warm. In any case, it was the theory of the ancient magicians that any living being is a storehouse of energy varying in quantity according to the size and health of the animal, and in quality according to its mental and moral character. At the death of the animal, this energy is liberated suddenly. The animal should therefore be killed within the circle. We're talking about the satanic circle, or the triangle, as the base may be, so that its energy cannot escape. An animal should be selected whose nature accords with that of the ceremony. Thus, by sacrificing a female lamb, one would not obtain any appreciative quantity of the fierce energy useful to a magician who was invoking Mars. In such a case, a ram would be more suitable, and this ram should be virgin. The whole potential of its original total energy should not have been diminished in any ways. And now listen to this sentence, folks, closely. For the highest spiritual working, one must accordingly choose that victim which contains the greatest and purest force. A male child of perfect innocence and high intelligence is the most satisfactory and suitable system. We're talking about human sacrifices. There are, in my estimation, over 3 million practicing Satanists in America today. Now, how did I come up with those figures? I have informants. I have an informant in South Central L.A., population of 200,000, told me there are 3,000 practicing Satanists in that area. That's where the famous, well-known case, McMartin case on the preschool took place. I have an informant in Lincoln, Nebraska, told me 3,000 practicing Satanists. Lincoln, Nebraska, town of 200,000, South Bay area, Manhattan Beach area, about 200,000. How much time? 30 minutes. I get more than an hour today. So just crank up your cameras. Huh? I'm going to take an hour and a half. Okay? I'm going to take every minute I can give to you folks, because you need to soak this into your brain. Iowa City, Iowa, town of 150,000. 100,000, 1,500 informants. That averages out about 1.5% of the population. Anyway, we're talking about human sacrifice. About 50 to 60,000 individuals are sacrificed every year. There are 8 basic satanic holidays. There are other holidays for the various covens, but there are 8 basic ones that they all honor. Now, one of the practices, this is another book of Aleister Crowley. One of the theories, we talked about human sacrifice, okay, there it is, right in their book. I mean, I didn't invent that. That's there. Another aspect of their religion, if you want to call it religion, by the way, the federal government does recognize the satanic movement as a religion, yet in Linda's case, the word Satanism was brought up by her husband's defense attorney. They sealed the records, have not made it available, and when she writes to her children and says, believe in God, she gets a letter back from these people saying, you can't mention God in your letter to your children. That's just an example, okay? Okay, we're talking here about the 666. That's the beast. That's Aleister Crowley himself. Moreover, the beast 666 advises that all children shall be accustomed from infancy to witness every type of sexual act, as also the process of birth, lest falsehood fog and mystery stupefy their minds, whose error else might thwart and misdirect the growth of their subconscious system of self-symbolism. What we're talking about there is children from birth being exposed to sex. These people, the satanic movement in the world, has set up preschools throughout the world for the purpose of getting their hands on our children. The parents drop them off at 9 in the morning, come back and pick them up at 4, 3, 4, 5 at night. In the meantime, in many of these preschools, the children are exposed to sex from the time of birth. In Linda Wiegand's case, it's exactly what happened. These children have been exposed to sex from the time that her ex-husband got his hands on those babies right up to the present time. And I have a page missing, and I'll have to dig that one up some. I don't know what happened to that page. Maybe the Satanist got it. It may therefore be considered improper as a general rule for your sexual gratification to destroy, deform, or displease any other star. Mutual consent to the act is the condition thereof. It must, of course, be understood that such consent, and we're talking about sex now, is not always explicit. There are cases where seduction or rape may be emancipation or initiation to another. Such acts can only be judged by the result. What they're saying is, it's all right to rape somebody. I mean, if they don't consent, it's all right to rape them because it's for the cause. Let's talk about the McMartin case. In April 1985, Authorities went to the McMartin case and looked for tunnels under the school. The children had said that they were taken into tunnels under the school. There was a chamber down there. They were sexually molested. That involved ceremonies, adults with robes, candles, chanting. Adults had no clothes on under their robes. And they were taken up into a tunnel and a triplex, a bathroom trap door of the triplex next door. They were taken out in automobiles. We're talking about 2, 3, 4-year-old children, folks, and prostituted in the community. The authorities received this complaint in 1983. They began their investigation. The authorities finally, in 1985, went out and decided to look for the tunnels because they said the children were hallucinating. The children also said that they were taken by air up into a mountainous area where they were exposed to satanic ceremonies based on what they described, and brought back in time for the parents to pick up the kids. So the authorities didn't find anything. We're getting off. Pull those next slides. Well, I'll tell you what. In the spring of 1993, I heard that the property of the McMartin School had been sold from the McMartin family to the defense attorney, actually given to him. He didn't make enough off the county. His bill was only $3 million. And from there, he said he was broke and he sold it to a contractor. The contractor was going to build an office building on the space. And I heard that the contractor had this property. And so I went out and contacted him. And I said, dear sir, I would like to have access to that property. He said, I'll give you 2 weeks. I signed a contract, assumed liability, and along with some of the parents, we hired an archaeologist from UCLA, Dr. Gary Stickle, knowing full well that I'm not qualified to say there's tunnels under there, even if I found them. And we began our dig. At the end of 2 weeks, I had to stall, because Dr. Stickle was not quite ready to admit there were tunnels. It took us 34 days. At noon, the 34th day, with the bulldozers, with their motors running, ready to knock the building down, he was going to knock the building down and then build this office building. Dr. Stickle said, you know, I can say without any question right now, there have been tunnels under the school. They were filled in. Now, I'm going to show you the documentation on the tunnels. This is it. No, keep it there. Keep that there. This is the what we found. This is a preliminary report. I have a 186-page scientific report available to you out here if you're interested, by the way. We found a 9-foot wide subterranean entrance under the west wall of dog room. There were 4 classrooms. That was Ray Bucky's room. By the way, Virginia McMartin and Ray Bucky were tried. Virginia, the grandmother, was acquitted. Ray had a hung jury. And we found these tunnels in the middle of the second trial of Ray Bucky. They could have been used to convict him. We called the prosecutor. He sent his investigator out, Mr. Perez. Mr. Perez told me, I don't want you entering in my conversation with the archaeologist. I said, why? He says, you're too argumentative. And I said, well, okay, you go in and talk. I'll just keep my mouth shut. We went in, he talked, and he argued with the archaeologist. Here's an investigator not qualified to talk about tunnels. He said, there aren't any tunnels there, and the archaeologist, of course, argued. But anyway, they didn't use that evidence, strong evidence, in the second trial. They ignored it right in the middle of the second trial. I might mention this. The children identified professional football players, professional baseball players, household name actors, actresses, and the son of the leading politician, not a leading politician, the leading politician in Los Angeles as being perpetrators. Okay, we found an avocado tree root cut on both sides of the entrance, and I'll show you this in just a few minutes. The entrance to the tunnel, as I said, it was 9 feet across the top, and on one side was a live avocado root, on the other side was a dead avocado root. They had to cut that out. We have this, by the way. We found a plastic Disney bag, copyright 1982, about 4.5 feet below the classroom floor. and 3 to 6 inches in from the entrance and under the foundation. Now, the reason that plastic Disney bag is so important is because we think that they filled the tunnel in 1982 when the complaint was initially brought to the attention of the authorities. I said 83 earlier, it's 82 when the complaint was made. And when they filled it in, the plastic Disney bag somehow or other flew in there as they were filling it in and nobody noticed it. Now, who says there is no God, right? What documentation, fantastic documentation, that that tunnel, the entrance to that tunnel, this is right at the entrance, was filled in 1982 or sometime subsequent to 1982. Mr. Ken Lanning, the outstanding know-it-all FBI expert, behavioral science, says that I took that garbage bag in 1993 out of a trash can and placed it there, that I planted evidence. Of course, Mr. Lanning says there's no organized satanic movement in this country today. There's only a few dabblers here and there. Thank you, sir. We have another 3 hours to go, okay? Can you hang in there? Okay, the tunnel proceeded south, then 45 feet through classroom 4 and 3 and north, then 10 feet within the classroom 4. The tunnels were 30 inches wide, 44 to 46 inches deep, with the top of the tunnel 30 inches under the classroom floor. The children were able to walk through it. We're talking about young kids now, right? The adults had to stoop down and walk through it, but they could do it. The tunnels were built in kind of a triangular, or I should say a semicircle type, so that they had natural support, I guess. These people know everything. They are brilliant. The footing between classroom 3 and 4 was arched, where the tunnel passed underneath it, and 12 inches shorter in depth at this location than the same footing 12 feet to the north. I'll show you that in just a minute. That's significant because the arch was where the tunnel went, and it was arched in that particular location, whereas 12 feet away, it was 12 inches longer or thicker. Footing between, let's see, there were 4 large upright containers were found in the tunnel under the arch, obviously hand-placed. A 9-foot wide chamber was found along the tunnel across classroom 4. The top of the chamber and the top of sections of the tunnel had layers of plywood covered with tar paper, which had apparently been supported by cinder blocks and 2x2 and 2x4 wooden posts found underneath. Tunnel features made it evident that the tunnels had been hand-dug. The 7-foot tunnel extended into the triplex next door. Tunnel extended from the bathrooms off of the office and classroom 1 to the front yard of the triplex next door. Front yard concealed from the street by a 3-car garage. Children described the entrance and exiting tunnels in the triplex yard exactly where the tunnels and exit were found. A 39 by 41 inch area under a hole cut in this neighbor's bathroom floor had been excavated and subsequently tilled. Now, that was where the kids told us ahead of time that they were taking it up in a trapdoor in this bathroom. And there was a crawl space in the house about like this, and we got one of our skinny archaeologists to go in there, take pictures. The bathtub protruded underneath the floor of the bathroom. There was a bathroom in the back of the same building in another apartment. It did not protrude there. This was the space we're talking about, 39 by 41 inches. Just enough room for a kid to come up and be taken out. Other significant facts: small white plastic plate with 3 pentagrams, hand-drawn on the top of the light green paint, was found by the archaeologists. Pentagrams were hand-drawn by an adult and not part of the manufacturer's design. Many other artifacts were found whose analysis will be released upon completion of the test. The analysis has been released. That's the scientific report I told you about. No doorknobs were on classroom 3, only a dead bolt lock. Each classroom had an on and off switch which was labeled fire alarm. The system did not connect to the fire station but was used as an alert within the school if somebody came around. More than 2,000 artifacts were found under the school floor, including over 100 animal bones. Due to the constraints and time constraints and so forth, we had to discontinue the process on noon the 34th day. By the way, this cost us, a lot of people donated their time. It still cost us money. It cost us between $55,000 and $60,000. I personally put in $17,000. which I ended up, in many instances, paying over a long-term period payment plan. This is a floor plan of the whole lot. There is, right there, the building itself. This is the entrance, the concrete slab, a vacant lot there. This is a yard. And here's the avocado tree we're talking about. And here's the entrance right there. Now here is the tunnel. It came in here, extended here, and here's the chamber across here. We think, but didn't have time to explore this, the tunnel went up here. Now we definitely were able to come up with it here, right here, and it came into the bathroom over here. Okay. There's the entrance. It's 9 feet across here. I'll show you a diagram in a few minutes. There's the avocado tree. Those roots are live. Over here, we had a dead avocado root. Okay, next. There's a plate that was found in the play yard, buried about 6 inches under the sand, with the pentagram on it. That's right. And here's a diagram of the tunnel. This is the entrance to the tunnel. Now, that's the floor, the footing for the classroom 4. Here's the plastic Disney bag, was located right there, partially under the footing and partially out. And this AF means artificial fill. And this was the shape of the entrance. Okay. Here's your diagram. These are your drawings. Artificial fill. Here's the avocado root there. Here's the dead root over there. Distance 120 or 21 inches below and 14 inches below the footing. There's the avocado root there, live avocado root. And these are all diagrams by the archaeologists. Good documentation. There are the roots themselves. That shows you the size, 2 centimeters. Next. There's the plastic Disney bag. Turn it over. There's the plastic Disney bag. Disney, classroom 82, 83. Sandwich bag. It was a sandwich bag. This shows the arch of the tunnel. Now, the school was built in 1966, which means the foundation was laid then. And here's your arch. And this is from classroom 4 here into classroom 3 over here. And it was 12 inches higher over to the left. Go ahead. There's yours truly looking up. This was in classroom 4, as I recall. And this is where the tunnel extended, right along here. Now, the reason the tunnel's been filled in, you have to understand that. And the reason the archaeologists could say that they were filled in is because the texture of the dirt that had been filled in was different than the natural texture. Okay. Just turn it off for a minute. In addition to the tunnels, I developed information that an abandoned satanic site was in Crestline, California. Crestline, California is in the mountains. The kids said, remember a few minutes ago, they were flown by jet, or flown, they didn't say jet, into the mountains. There's an airport 10 minutes from the McMartin Preschool. It's Hawthorne Airport. There's a landing strip in Crestline. I heard about this abandoned satanic site, and I went up to the site, took pictures. And this is what by the way, before I go on with this, I called the prosecutor in the McMartin case. And I told her, hey, I think I know where the children were taken. If they weren't, it's certainly worth looking at. And I will be glad to make this information available to you. And if you want to have the children go up and look at this abandoned satanic site, we can. She said, we're not interested. They weren't interested in hardcore evidence, the tunnel. They weren't interested in this abandoned satanic site. Go ahead. This is what we found. 666, one of the satanic signs. That's a stone on the site. The house had been up here. The day after the McMartin case broke in the news, the house burned to the ground. And it was here. The street's on the other side of the hill. You cannot see the site. this area down in here from the street. You have to go in, would have to go in through the house and come down. And this, you can see it's quite elaborate. There's my associate, Judy Hansen, who works with me in L.A. And next. This is looking at the opposite direction of the picture we just took. And you can see there's San Bernardino down in there. And you can see that on the side of a mountain like that, nobody's going to find it unless you fly over with a helicopter. That's probably an altar, flattened stone. Also an altar, another altar that had been broken. This is, of course, you recognize the star. Now, this is a satanic symbol. Put the next one up. Hold the first one. There it is right there. Put the first one back on. Now overlay them. Turn it around, that way. Okay, any question about that, folks? No. And let's read what that says. Asmodeus, a strong and powerful king, appears with 3 heads, the first like a bull, the second like a man, the third like a ram. He has a serpent's tail, the webbed feet of a goose, and he vomits fire. He rides the infernal dragon, carries lance and pennon, and is the chief of the power of Amaman. He must be invoked, be bareheaded, or otherwise he will deceive. He gives the ring of virtues, teaches arithmetic, geometry, and other handicrafts, answers all questions, makes men invisible, indicates the place of concealed treasures, and guards them if within the domain of the Amaman. Oh, what do we got here? Another satanic symbol. You think that wasn't a satanic site? Overlay it. Okay. Is that it? The other way around, isn't it? Yeah. Flip it around. Okay, there you go. Okay, now let's read what that sign means. That is the seal of Amsmuscale. I guess that. No, that's the wrong. That's the one before. Belial, a mighty king, created next after Lucifer, appears in the form of a beautiful angel seated in a chariot of fire and speaking with a pleasant voice. He fell first amongst the superior angels who went before Michael and other heavenly angels. He distributes preferences of senatorships, causes favors of friends and foes, and gives excellent families. Familiar? He must have offering and sacrifices made to him. Next. And there's another satanic sign. I couldn't make that one out, so I couldn't match it with anything, obviously. Here's some ovens. That was a large circle with a number of signs in it, a lot of writing. We couldn't get up high enough that we could take a good picture of it. Next. And let's put that back a minute. That's another case. Okay, nothing came of that. Nobody was interested in an abandoned satanic site, even though it appears to have been related to the McMartin case. I have to say that I was very disappointed. We gather this evidence privately. The police don't have the capability of doing so. Too many high-pressure people involved. Too many prominent individuals involved. So that's just an overview of the McMartin case, folks. No question in my mind that it was a satanic operation. And Dr. Roland Summit, UCLA psychiatrist, says, who's done a lot of research in this field also, that there are 50 other preschools in the country where the kids have talked about going down into tunnels. Now, this is another case that I worked out of Philadelphia, similar case to Linda's. And this is the Lou Bear case. Lou called me back in, I guess, the late 80s. And he said that he had gone underground with his children. The great FBI came in with their SWAT team, as they did with Linda, raided his house, grabbed him, put him in jail, took the children, turned them over to his ex-wife, whose boyfriend, according to the children, was sexually molesting them. And Lou said, "What can I do, and how can you help me?" So I was willing to go back and testify for Lou. And one of the matters that I was going to testify about were the drawings by the kids. And it's not a funny thing, but it's an established fact that children who have been sexually molested for some reason or other, when they're, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 years old, whatever, will invariably draw pictures of their activity, of their exposure to these nefarious matters. Invariably they do that. Now, when I was that age, I was drawing cars and airplanes, and the girls were drawing flowers, right? But these kids invariably will draw these pictures. As you can see from Linda's case, she has pictures at her booth that her children have drawn. Now, I was going to go back and testify for Lou, and I was going to say that based upon my reviewing the pictures drawn by the children, they've been exposed to a satanic activity. This is the most telltale of all the pictures. I'm going to show you a series of them. This is a totem pole with a goat's head at the top, children at the various highest level. I understand, again, I say I understand because I'm not sure, because there's so much secrecy involved in the satanic movement. 8, 10 layers of classes of people within themselves, like the dabblers on up to the very highest level. But from my sources and my informants, I've been told that the various highest level of Satanism, you will have the totem pole, which is usually 3 to 6 feet tall, made out of wood, with the goat head at the top. So I was going to testify that based on my experience, that these children were exposed to the highest level of Satanism mainly because of this drawing right here, the goat hole, the totem pole with the goat's head. The judge would not allow me on the witness stand. I flew all the way to Philadelphia from Los Angeles, wouldn't allow me to testify. These are some of the other drawings. This is a body on a slab, undoubtedly an altar where they sacrifice in blood. The genitals, and let me mention this also, children who have never been sexually molested in a recent study, not a recent study, a study back about 7 or 8 years ago, children who have never been sexually molested do not draw the genitals. Children who have been sexually molested, a high percentage of them draw the genitals, and so children who have been ritualistically sexually molested, a higher percentage will draw the genitals. Little Matt Bear drew a picture of people, a fire, a baby being thrown in the fire, human sacrifice, obviously. An altar, bone, liver, blood, kitty. And another ritual ceremony. Here's trees, people, fire. And another, people have no cloth on, he says. Table, knife, devil. Okay, that's the Lou Bear case. Now, I think we're going to we got just a few more minutes, and I want Linda to take the podium, talk about her case. But I'm going to run through these next slides real fast, Linda. 100,000 children disappear every year per Reader's Digest, July 1982. Next. This is the official U.S. Customs report that establishes the great CIA, under the name Finders, a covert operation, is involved in the international trafficking of children. It's about 9 or 10 pages long. We'll just flip through the pages. If you want to take a look at this report, go to my table and take a look at it. And if you want, please buy it. It's $10. Make copies. Get it out to your friends. Okay, keep going. Just go real quick. Keep going. Go to the last page. Just flip them and then just go to the last page. That's how long it is. Keep going. And some more. That's it. Okay. The way this case came about is a group of children were seen in a park in Tallahassee, Florida in 1987. The police were called. The men were well dressed. They had a van. Police came out, talked to the kids. The kids said that they were en route to Mexico to a smart school. And the police traced that van back up to the Finders in Washington, D.C. They raided, the Metropolitan Police Department raided the Finders headquarters and also a warehouse, and they found all this paraphernalia. They found information about international trafficking of kids all over the world. The finder, based on my research subsequent to that, again, CIA covert operation. The customs agent was called into it because of the possibility of pornography, and I guarantee that there was pornography involved. Guarantee, okay? Now, this report, this was his report. Again, this is available, Missing Children, $10 at my booth. This report is the final interview by the customs agent when he attempted to go over and get more information than he'd already developed. Okay, let's just go over this. Leave it there, leave it there. Yeah, leave it there. Okay, April 2, I arrived at the Metropolitan Police Department at approximately 9 a.m. Detective Bradley was not available. He was the detective who was supposed to help him. I spoke to a third party who was willing to discuss the case with me on a strictly off-the-record basis. I was advised that all the passport data had been turned over to the State Department for their investigation. They found passports in the van. The State Department, in turn, advised the Metropolitan Police that all travel and use of the passports by the holders of the passports was within the law and no action would be taken. This included travel to Moscow, North Korea, and North Vietnam during the late 50s and mid-70s. Folks, it was illegal to travel there to those countries during that period. The individual further advised me of circumstances which indicated that the investigation into the activity of the finders had become a CIA internal matter. The Metropolitan Police report had been classified secret and was not available for review. I was advised that the FBI had withdrawn from the investigation several weeks prior, and that the FBI Foreign Counterintelligence Division, that's FBI headquarters, by the way, had directed the Metropolitan Police Department not to advise the FBI Washington field office, that's the field office, of anything that had transpired. No further information will be available. No further action will be taken. No action will be taken. The case was closed, and here we have a CIA internal matter. The Finders Group, the Finders Case organization was founded by a CIA agent back in the early 60s, and here we are, 1987, still operating. I have the man's name. I have all the information on it. A real quick overview, CIA experiments with mind control on children, MK Ultra. This is an outstanding article. It's available in that same report. Just flip the pages. Keep going. Okay, folks, I'm going to turn the podium over to Linda Wiegand. We have about another 15, 20 minutes, I believe. And Linda's going to talk about her case. This is one of the most classic examples of corruption I have ever seen. And believe me, you can tell from my lecture that I've seen some pretty awful examples of corruption. Go on, Linda. Linda Wiegand, my friend, God bless her, she's a fighter.
Thanks. I'm here to tell you I'm a living, breathing example of what happens when a satanic cult abuses your children. And sometimes I put slides above the abuse, but after seeing the slides of the children this morning, I think you understand